Okay, I had 5 o'clock right on the dot, but I was muted. Dang it. Can't can't catch a break. Anyway, starting relatively on time. I'll say 10 seconds is pretty much on time. We're still in the 5 o'clock handle. So let's go ahead and jump in to this.
Hey friends, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. I have breaking news. I did a full video this morning, so make sure to watch that on AMC Credit Suisse. But just about 3 hours after I uploaded that video, what I said actually came true. UBS bought out Credit Suisse. So basically what happened is Credit Suisse collapsed. It happened. I've been calling this for months. Just go into my videos. I've talked about it in almost every AMC video. I said Credit Suisse is going to be the next bank to collapse. It just happened today on a Sunday. And what does that mean for us, fellow?
On a Sunday morning. On a Sunday morning. Where's your church crown? That's what I want to know.
AMC shareholders, it's good news. Why? Because Credit Suisse has been shorting the heck out of AMC stock. They got into some serious hot water.
You have
and
no
about 3
proof
months
of that.
ago, I said in my video, I said these $90 billion that Credit Suisse just paid back to the Fed was for AMC short positions. And I said they're paying for the short squeeze before the short squeeze happens.
Because
now
that's how it works.
More evidence, friends. Later today, probably tonight, I'm going to do a video and I'm going to post a clip from that video that I did so you can see what I had said in there. It's very exciting. A lot of
very
these
exciting
banks are actually collapsing for bad investments that they made.
Wait a minute.
And then they come up with this lame fake excuse and they'll say, oh, it's because customers are pulling out their money. No, that's not why. They're never going to tell you the real truth.
But you will, right? I mean, we're counting on you to tell us the truth. But I want to back up just a little bit. What is he saying here? He's saying that Credit Suisse just collapsed, but then he said that they got bought out. So Bloomberg, let's refresh it because this is a very volatile situation. Bloomberg says UBS to buy Credit Suisse in $3.3 billion deal to end crisis. Okay. Government to backstop some losses, provide liquidity. Authorities push for deal amid worsening confidence crisis.
From Credit Suisse.
Stop. Agreed to buy an historic government broker deal aimed at containing a crisis of confidence. The Swiss bank is paying 3 billion francs for its rival in an all-share deal that includes extensive government guarantees and liquidity provisions. The price per share marked a 99% decline. The plan seeks to address client outflows. The Federal Reserve and Treasury welcomed the deal, as did the ECB. UBS intends to downsize Credit Suisse investment banking business and align it with our conservative risk culture. So maybe they'll stop shorting AMC and other meme stocks. Takeover of the 166-year-old lender. So is this a collapse? Is it a purchase? I mean, what the hell? is this guy talking about here? Seriously. All right, continuing.
So this is good news for AMC stock. It increases the odds that we get a short squeeze
Oh, really?
exponentially higher because we don't have to worry
What?
about Credit Suisse shorting AMC stock. And as far as I know, the new buyer, UBS, they have not been shorting AMC stock at all. As far as I know,
Where do you get your data from? I want to know where he learned that Credit Suisse it was shorting AMC, but UBS is not. How do you know that? How do you know that? And bigger question that Manny just put in here. Does UBS inherit the AMC shorts that he believes are on the books? I was I was wondering kind of the same thing myself. So maybe he'll address it since he
in
has
my
all this
limited
data.
research on UBS, but I'll have to do more research on that. So hit like, hit subscribe, add notifications, and comment below. What do you think about all this? Also, comment below. Have you heard me calling this out for months? I hope you actually heard me. But the main reason is for us, friends,
Oh
is that this
boy,
is going to increase the chances of a short squeeze with AMC stock.
that's not the
The
one I
other
wanted.
thing, you have to watch my video from earlier this morning. 186 banks are on the brink of collapse. 186 banks. You have to
So
watch
they're
my
still
video
going with
from this
the
morning. Just right
banking
after this,
collapse
go into my
narrative.
profile, pull up that
I'm
video,
sorry,
and
but
watch it. It's well
I
worth
think
it.
that's been pretty
Please hit
much
like on
debunked
this one
now,
as well.
or it
So
hasn't been
that's the
proven,
update,
at
friends.
least.
I really am curious to see what's going to happen on Monday. How's the market's going to perform? Also,
Hey, Model 3 dude, you
I've
made
done
it.
videos recently within the last few days on silver bullion and how you should get it and how you should buy it.
There's your confirmation, Manny. They are pumping precious metals. Yep, he just said it. He's pushing silver. So basically, um, bearish on silver, bearish on gold.
I think you need to have silver bullion in your house, hidden somewhere, and gold. But definitely silver at least. If you can afford it, start stacking gold. But I think if you can stack gold, you're probably very
Oh my
well
God.
off because as we know, gold's very expensive. But then again, you know, if you're going to be holding in your pocket silver, pure silver, you want it to be in low amounts, like a half an ounce. You don't want to have a half ounce of gold in your pocket. What are you going to do with that? It's so expensive. So that's why I like silver. So as you can see, things are getting really crazy right now in the financial markets worldwide. Also, I recommend you buy XRP and XLM
Wow.
in Dogecoin, but especially XRP
Is that financial advice? Sounds like it.
and XLM right now because there is a lot of research that shows and points to a financial reset, and XRP and XLM are going to be a part of that financial reset.
What is XLM?
ISO 2000 compliant coin, XRP and XLM.
Well, it's an 8 cent coin.
In March, at the end of March. So make sure you hit subscribe to this channel right now so you can get all the updates and all the inside information and all the truth. Don't watch the news
Yep,
for truth.
indeed.
They're going to lie to you. Have a great day.
Wow. Okay. What do these comments say? Let me refresh it here on the comments. We'll wait and see what the ripples are in the market Monday morning. Awesome updates and research. It's cool. The banks are going belly up. Banks are going belly up. Okay. I hope they have to cover their positions with the merger. Everyone knew this was going to happen. Do Credit Suisse have to close out their short positions? You know, I should really change the title of this stream. I think we might hook some more people in here. I'm doing it. Let's see. There. So, so does Credit Suisse have to cover AMC shorts? Added to the title. Oh my God. Okay. We are praying. And to think they gave AMC a price target of 1 cent. If we are playing chess, shouldn't we make a move? Should we pull all of our money out of the banks and buy treasury bills for a guaranteed 4% interest? Would this cause margin calls and fire sales? The apes need to stop thinking that they can cause margin calls to happen. Plain and simple. If you're asking, would it cause margin calls? The answer is no. And you should pull out all of your money from the market at least because you have no clue. Let's see. Each time a bank with AMC short positions or long positions that were loaned out to be short, it goes under the price of AMC should climb. Okay, sure. I don't think they collapsed. They got bought and were infused with a bunch of cash. I'm pretty sure they were saved before they collapsed. So how far do we have to come down here before anybody said anything? Everybody else was just saying, "Oh, yay." Everything is pointing to an epic market crash unlike anything witnessed before. AMC, APE, GME, and other heavily shorted stocks will likely take off if this happens. I'm not so sure about that. I wish you were right, but you're not. I don't mind. You're not the only one. Uh, how can I get? Oh, that's spam. You still believe in a short squeeze with the dilution AA just got approved for. In theory, we have 1 month till the April 27th court start, but with him filing to dismiss, that can land any second if approved. I don't think we're ever going to get the MOAS, but I think we get a pretty good pop at some point. Me too. I don't believe in MOAS. I believe the cards are stacked in their favor. Yeah, like I said, you got 1 month. Grifters, grifters. Take note. You have 1 month, a little over 1 month. You have 5 weeks. This comes to an end. Now, don't bust my bubble. I can believe that it comes to an end in 1 month. I'm going to work like hell to make it come to an end. By it, I mean all of this nonsense. But you know it won't. But hey, you got to have a goal at least. They'll cover shorts in dark pool. Why couldn't we have had that last night in the bingo match round game? If they all cover in the dark pool, but it don't affect the price on the open market, then that won't affect us. Not sure how it will. That part I'm confused on. They need our real shares. Okay, still real shares. Yes, tick tick, tick tick. CS has been bailed out by the Swiss government. What are you talking about? It wasn't enough money, still failing. He mentioned it in his other. Okay, right. Good God, these people are retarded. Okay. Now, let's see. We got Keen and Grace here. Some wisdom. Looks
If
like.
you've been paying attention to AMC for a long time, you know there's a lot of people who've been making a lot of money selling things that they do not own. But I'm
Nice. Start out with a disingenuous statement. Okay.
Ken and Grace. Enough about me. Let's take a look at your good old friend.
No.
Ken
Why don't we? What? We should learn more about Keen and Grace. I'm gonna have to access my government background check database and look this clown up.
C. Griffin, who is the chief executive officer at Citadel LLC. And look, I know he is looking at you a little crazy. Don't think about that too much. What's actually going on, and shout out to our friend at Unusual Whales. They said this: Citadel's boss, Ken Griffin, made $4.1 billion last year, which is the most money any hedge fund
I mean,
manager
and look
made.
at these clowns right here. Securities sold, bought/sold, not yet purchased. Securities bought, not yet. Yeah, that's not what it says. Anyway, Jesus Christ. And you can't trust this blue check mark on Twitter anymore because you can just buy it. So, I mean, not that you necessarily could before, but isn't it something to see all these supposedly trustworthy accounts spewing this garbage? It's real. We really are in the end times.
Ever.
Take
So
that
what was
however
my
you want.
response to that? It was this: anybody interested in buying a mountain? I'm talking about a real mountain. I'm selling them now since the SEC, the Alphabet Boys, the Security Exchange Commission, who are supposed to be overseeing the stock market, since they allow people to make billions in 1 year selling things that they do not own. So
God, this is such garbage. This is fucking such garbage. Oh my God. Oh my
without further
God.
ado, let me show you some mountains. So let's take a look. Got mountain ranges across the U.S. We got the Rocky
Wow.
Mountains. Oh, look, we got the Appalachian Mountains. We got Blue Ridge
On a
Mountains. We got
Sunday, he puts
Cascade.
this
You
shit
feel me?
out.
You know
It
what?
doesn't really
I got
matter.
a better one for you
Garbage any
too.
day of the week.
I was holding off on this one, but you know what? I kind of want you to see it. And what is it?
This
one's
fucking
not
clown,
mountain, but it's out of this world.
he is such a fucking, I don't even know the right word. What is the right word for this guy? Well, in any case, um, Jesus Christ, he needs to be put in his fucking place. Oh
It's
my
called
God.
Olympus Mons, and it's on Mars. Now, this is the biggest mountain range on the entire solar system. Family, look at this. If it was on Earth, it would look just like this.
Jesus
Now, again, I'm
Christ.
selling these $20 a pop, and you can buy it all you want. So then, when you see me make $4.1 billion selling things I don't own, you know what? We see other people doing
What a
it. So
what a
it can't beat them
simplistic
joining them, right?
understanding. I
So
mean,
now let's
seriously.
check this out. Why
You
is this
are
interesting and why is it important
an
to get more
idiot if you
serious? And
believe
again,
this
hit the
shit.
like, hit the subscribe. Welcome to the channel if you're new here. We got to talk about this. We looked at their financials, Citadel Securities and Citadel LLC,
God.
even in years past, because we've seen what's been going on with AMC and things like that. Now, again, I got to say this because I know there's a lot of knuckleheads when you make an AMC video and they don't really understand it. People are fighting for market fairness. This is one of the reasons why they invest into AMC. People are interested in the mother of all short squeezes, excuse me. There's no guarantee of
Has he
these
been drinking? He seems like he's been drinking here in this 3 hours ago. Oh my God.
things happening. So where my notepad at for the knuckleheads? Bop, bop, bop. Pay attention. AMC is not a stock like Apple. You do not trade or buy AMC with the hopes that it'll be Apple, with the hopes that it'll be Microsoft, with the hopes that it'll be an ETF. Don't put in a
Lou's
dollar
taking
more
the
than
day
you're willing
off.
to lose. You gotta
Oh my
understand that,
God.
right? So now that we got that out of the way, now let's get into it. So I want to give a shout out to
Grift Capital. Yes, wonderful. Grift Capital.
Grit Capital right here, who posted this on January 11th. So take a close look at Citadel's 2021 financial statement. Do you notice anything odd? Ken Griffin's firm is basically, it has $65 billion in securities sold and not yet purchased.
Oh
So
my
let's take a
God.
look at this together. You may have heard about this yourself. So this is actually extremely important. When you look at this, it's highlighted in gold.
No, it's not.
So you can see it bold. And look at this. 65 billion. It says securities sold, not yet purchased at fair value. Now, why am I bringing up this from 2021, December 31st?
Yeah, why are you?
Year statement, family. Why? Because they've been doing this for a long time. Even
what,
before
operating
this,
the way that
the
business operates?
By what are they doing? They are selling things that they don't own at a high price.
You said this 6 times already.
Just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and failing to deliver, again, allegedly, supposedly, hypothetically, right? Nobody's trying to get sued. But then they're just waiting for the price to crash down for whatever reason.
You deserve to get sued under the fucking table. You deserve to get taken out. I mean, seriously.
But they have like an unlimited...
It's like he moved out of his mom's kitchen, though.
...amount of time to wait. It appears.
My God.
And then you know what? The economy could crash down, and then they could buy it basically on pennies on a dollar, and then just turn the money around and just basically make a lot of money off of selling things that they do not own. And it's really, really out of pocket and crazy. So now let's look more into Ken Griffin. So it says, who is Ken Griffin according to Bloomberg? And they said that he made the bulk of his fortune, and it's derived from managing Citadel. And it was founded in the 90s, 1990 to be exact. It had $59 billion in assets under management, basically in 2022 in December. But hold up. If they have $59 billion in assets under management, which we know they have way more derivatives than that, but we'll keep it simple. They have this much assets under management.
But that's not the... Jesus Christ. Yeah, keep it simple because you're a fucking simpleton. Oh my God.
Meanwhile, even in 2021, they had 65 billion in assets sold, not yet purchased. So what are they doing here? It's called a short sale. Short not meaning in time. Short meaning that they want to not buy it low and sell it high. They want to sell it high and then buy it low, which is basically the exact opposite of just going long or a normal sale, right? So with that being said, this is why you get to see your boy, not my boy, your boy, Ken Griffin, basically killing it because, again, they're playing by a different set of rules. And this is why, again, we always say people are playing AMC. A lot of people, again, for the mother of all short squeezes, they call it MOAS. The potential of that, there's no guarantee, remember that. But also for market fairness, because again, we get to see how much money this guy made in 1 year. I want to really break this down for you. How are we going to break this down? We got to bring Siri into the mix, baby. You ready? Let me ask Siri a question.
Oh,
Hey, Siri,
God.
how are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
What is 4.1 billion divided by 12?
It's approximately 341,666,666.6666.
$341 million a month is what $4.1 billion in a year is. This is what he's doing by selling things, again, allegedly, selling things that he does not own through his company.
Did he make that money managing the hedge fund, or did he make that money as a market maker? I mean, this is like, okay.
Isn't that crazy? And this isn't even what the company is bringing in per month. This is what this individual man is bringing in per month by doing this. And the SEC, the government, the alphabet boys, they're all letting this stuff happen. And then who's getting smoked? I want you to look at your portfolio in the last year. Your portfolio was probably down, but then you get to see the people at the top, the people, the elite, how they get to absolutely kill it because they're not playing by the same rules as you. And it's really, really.
Why would they play by the same rules?
So now,
this is a market maker or a hedge fund, not an individual investor. I mean, what the hell? What the fuck?
we got to get into the rest of the video, family. But this episode is brought to you by who? The Discord family. Shout out to the Discord family. You could get in. It's $10 and it'll get
$10 a month.
Now, you.
Hey, Siri, what's $10 a month times 12 months times 3 years? How much money has this clown make times the number of subscribers that he has in his Discord? Well, we don't know that. But, I mean, yeah. I'm more, that's more outrageous to me than the Citadel financial statement, because I understand that's how that business works. Plain and simple. So now the apes are, making a, they've always done this though. They've always done this. They take a detail, a pretty inane detail about the way that the market works, and they make a big deal out of it as if they just found out about it and they don't know what it means, which is true. They did just find out about it, and they don't know what it means. So it's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let's see here. All right, so
Could get in, but I want, and I'm 5 into 20, 40
no.
charts.
You spend more time on that than anything else.
I hate to hear people talking about stuff that they don't understand and don't know because they can't do it. They think no one can do it. Meanwhile,
Oh, really? Boy, that's rich. Wow. What are the odds that I skipped to that section?
trading. Meanwhile, I show you literally on the live stream me doing it in real time while the market is open. So I hate to hear people talking about stuff that they don't understand and don't know because they can't do it.
I
They
agree.
think no one can do it. Meanwhile, I get on there and show you exactly how it's done. Now, let's see this. You get to join the investing.
Wow, he's still talking about his own Discord. Why would they hold the zero Model 3 dude? To teach the market a lesson. See, if all of these people end up losing money, then clearly it wasn't their fault, right?
Challenges. This OMC meeting for the rate hikes is going to be had on the 22nd.
Yeah, we know. We've been talking about that.
On March 22nd. And this is a survey that Bloomberg did.
Okay, I don't care about a survey.
Because again, I want to cash up and be prepared. What are they doing? They are increasing their interest rates. So they are able to do this because we're living in a high interest rate environment. So then they could keep increasing their.
Brilliant.
And Discover. And again, I'm not sponsored by Discover or anybody like that.
Really?
But I just want to show you what I'm actually doing when I'm trying to cash up. So if you put in, let's say $1,000, you put in $1,000 into Discover, then you're going to get $36 in.
Wow.
Towards your mortgage.
Brilliant.
And what do they earn you in that same time frame? They're going to pay you. This is one of the money challenges that I've been talking about. Now, it's not too late to join. We got 3 tiers. Tier 3 is the 5,000.
I think that was a Model 3. That was like a high interest savings account or something. But yeah.
And if you wanted to save up to 5,000 in that time frame, we got tier 2, the 2,500. Because again, not everybody's money situation is the exact same. You could save.
Sure.
Maybe you want to start a beginner emergency fund. Maybe you want to pay down debt with higher interest to 7%. Maybe you want to save towards your 3 to 6 months of expenses in case something was to happen in your
Blah,
maybe
blah, 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 blah,
very nice.
blah, blah.
I appreciate y'all. Let's keep getting this money, man. See you in the next one. Take care.
Let's keep getting this money in all these other ways because AMC clearly is not making anybody any money. It's funny. Why are they doing all this other crap if AMC is the play? Explain that one. Well, no. All right. Donnie Who.
This is not financial advice. It's not legal.
God, all that lip smacking at the beginning. Gross. What a fucking disgusting motherfucker.
This is not financial advice. It's not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes only. Anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff so you get the videos I put them out, so I'm thinking, see, analyzing that data.
But
like I tell y'all every day,
day,
they release us as false.
False.
A false narrative of the market so we can make
bad trading decisions.
Listen, they want us to think that the AMC.
He start the fucking video with they. Now, I would really like to know, maybe ChatGPT could figure this out. How many of his videos, or what percentage, because apes love percentages. What percentage of his videos start with the word they? That's the kind of thing that we need ChatGPT for.
Play is done. And I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell any stock. I'm not telling you
I don't
to buy,
think it's going to be able to do that.
I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell 8. What I'm saying is that based on everything I'm seeing and everything they're doing, they want us out to play. And I'm not telling you what to do, but I am staying in the play because everything I'm seeing, everything that's going on in the market, not just nationally, but internationally, tells me that AMC could squeeze
Can't do it.
Any time. At
lame. Not possible for ChatGPT to browse YouTube or the internet to find this information, as it would be a violation of ethical standards and privacy policies. No.
Any time. Look at all the FTDs they got to find next week. Even though we're off the threshold list, and I don't even know how that was mathematically possible. But
because you don't understand the FTDs anyway to begin with. You don't understand FTDs, so how could you understand threshold list? It's pretty impossible.
Off the threshold list, and the price didn't go up. Nobody bought. Well, we've been buying, but the shorters haven't bought. But somehow they got off the threshold list. You know that's the magic trick. They transfer it from broker to broker to broker. But that's another story. Then you got to look at the cost to borrow. Then you got to look at the bank failures. If you look at every single thing that's going on in the market, you're looking at the short interest, the cost to borrow, the FTDs, the dog pool volume, and the bank failures. And as the banks fail, like I told you in previous videos, they're going to start calling in.
What bank failures? What are you talking about?
Those bad actors, those hedges are going to be forced to sell their long positions. And after that, when the money runs out, they'll be forced to close out those shorts and send AMC to the moon. As far as I'm concerned, the play is still strong.
What?
And at any day, at any time, one mistake that they
including today, right now,
make will send those algorithms going crazy and send AMC to the moon. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think that with everything going on in the market, that AMC can squeeze at any time? Anyway, have a great day. God bless, and I appreciate y'all on this journey with me.
God bless. Yeah, right. It will squeeze when we least expect it. Poetic justice is drawing near. Poetic justice, really. Yes, I believe AMC could still mow ass. I've held for 2 years and not selling now. We all been holding. We should all organize a day where everybody buys AMC shares at the same time so we can completely own everything. So in other words, corner the market. You guys are fucking retarded. Okay? It's not going to work anyway. I will buy way more thousands when they take it down. AMC won't be bankrupt, so you can always average down. Bring it on. Let's go with God's help. With God's help. No. Margin calls, the two most beautiful words. Hey, George, I really think they use Wyckoff stock to cover those FTDs and AMC. Highcroft Mining is being used to cover the FTDs and AMC. Except Jeff doesn't understand that you can't use one fucking stock to cover another. Oh my God. None of these people should be in the market, okay? What this effectively will do, here's my overall theory. This is my theory of everything right here, okay? This is everything, everywhere, all at once, right now. This play from the beginning was designed to extract liquidity from the market. It was designed to act as a tightening device. Put this out there to everybody. Have all these kids and morons like Donahue George pump it. Get everybody involved. Rug pull the shit out of it. Boom. That accomplishes more than the Fed can do. I mean, I just made that up, okay? I'm going to be honest. I just made that up. But it's not a terrible idea. It's not a terrible idea. They knew that that was going to have to come out at some time. They knew that all of this funny money, monopoly money, was going to have to come out. And maybe that's why inflation is so sticky, because these apes won't give up their shares. Well, I don't know. I just made all that up. But, you know, I could be a grifter. I could have been a grifter, but I'm not. Man, I'm just hoping on a little up to 25 bucks, get the hell out of this stock. AA has handed hedgies their bailout. This crap is going nowhere until the split. It don't matter what these fools tell you. It's going to ping pong between high threes and low fives until the split. They know their AMC ad revenue is going to run dry, like AA they need to keep you in the play as long as possible. Jeremy, with an interesting spelling of it, learn how to use punctuation, okay? Oh, look! Model 3 dude. Just more complaints from you. FTD short interest cost to borrow again. It's crime, absolutely. Model 3 dude's on point there. God's not coming to help anyone because he has not gotten over what they did to his son. They, right, exactly, they. Oh, dear God. Save me from this nonsense. Okay. Now, oh, you know what? Hold on. I got something. I got it. Let's see here. We got to go with this. Breaking news. Uncle Frank has an emergency Sunday market brief. CS, AMC, Ape, inbound swans. Stick around here on Next Week Today with Scott Allen. Let's figure it out.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to hear my trading and market updates. This is Uncle Frank, and I'm not a financial advisor, nor is any of the content to be construed as financial advice. This channel is for entertainment purposes only. Please remember to hit the like button if you enjoyed the presentation, and be sure to subscribe to the channel so you're alerted when I have new information to share. So now let's get into the latest updates. Hey, welcome back, everyone. It's Uncle Frank on Swan Watch for the weekend. There's nothing on the economic calendar for Monday, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be some excitement. From this weekend, James Bianco on LinkedIn. Several banks, including Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, have kept their bond sales and trading desks open through the weekend for Credit Suisse bonds, a rare occurrence except in times of stress. And the headline, Credit Suisse's riskiest bonds jump amid optimism over UBS talks. Let's start our analysis last night, Saturday. UBS seeks $6 billion government backstop as it rushes to finalize Credit Suisse takeover from Zero Hedge. As negotiations drag on late on Saturday night local time, Bloomberg reports that liabilities at the Credit
Oh, he's
Suisse
clearly behind 4 hours ago. Yeah, this is all outdated. Also, how about this? Credit Suisse's $17 billion of risky bonds are now worthless. I don't really feel compelled to continue with this emergency update, but look at this too. Zero hedge. We talked about zero hedge last night. You know I'm not a fan of it. And it's not just me. It's pretty much the truth that it's shit. But let's just zoom in here just a little bit. Zero hedge. On a long enough time, the survival rate for everyone, on a long enough timeline, the survival rate for everyone drops to zero. Wise words. Very, very wise words. What is that supposed to, I mean, what? Is that like their tagline? Um, that should be, it's always a red flag when people are using um, zero hedge as a main source. I'm just scanning through this. I mean, just scanning through here, see if there's anything actually that matters. He talked about this last night. That's not new, and it's in zero hedge. Box office. Oh boy, box office numbers. Sweet. We saw that last night. We saw this last night. Nothing new in this video. We saw this last night. So what do? He just repackages video from last night and put it out as an emergency update. What a clown. Oops, sorry. Forgot to zoom that back out. But anyway, yeah. Okay. The truth about AMC and Ape, everyone has been lying to you. Proof we can still squeeze. Now, I've been biting my tongue on this asshole here.
Check it.
We looked at a couple videos, but really it bears looking at the community page, community tab on this guy, because I'm this guy is a problem right here. Absolutely a problem. Where's this here? Where's the one about Apple? Wow, so many updates on here. So many updates. Here it is. I'm in profit on my Apple trade and more upside is coming next week. Another idiot who doesn't use fucking punctuation or write with sentences. I'm in profit on my Apple trade and more upside is coming next week. We retested the top of the bull flag, so it's going to break to the upside next week to about 160, 165, which will be major profit for me. I'm gonna drop videos on how to trade soon, but for now, hop on my Discord for more stocks picks like this one. Oh, hop on your Discord for stock picks like Apple. Okay. What did he say? We retested the top of the bull flag, so it's going to break to the upside next week. Cool. Awesome. Yep, there it is. Retested the top of the bull flag, so it's going to break to the upside next week. I love that. No comments. I could have commented, but it's more fun to just let this play out and then go back and comment. Anyway, Lynn, good afternoon, or as we would say here in Eastern Daylight Time, good evening. Or maybe not that great for some folks. Well, I'm trying to figure out who is having a good evening and who's not having a good evening right now. Because I don't know if you saw in Telegram, but maybe others didn't, especially everyone who's not in Telegram. So maybe I could fix that here. And you get a telegram, and you get a telegram. Where is it at? Uh, where is it at? Well, anyway, I guess I could just say it. But... Oh, here we go. Okay. So what's up, Lynn? Um, I'm a little bit nervous to ask about Kevin, but I want to ask about Kevin, but I don't want to ask about Kevin. So what the heck is going on here? This is crazy. I'm just trying to get. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, um, so by the current logic in the stock market, the market should go down on this news, right? UBS buying Credit Suisse. If the banking crisis caused the market to shoot up because of a perceived Fed pause, a step to end the crisis should make the Fed more willing to make higher rate hikes, thereby bringing the market down, bearish. Of course, the narrative will probably change in order to accommodate this being a bullish catalyst, as it has many times before. So I think I'm still leaning towards that, but you know, who knows? Does that mean you're going to die eventually anyway? So don't worry about how much money you lose. Yeah, something that's very existential. Like I went away from it, but I mean, I guess I could just go into the belly of the beast myself. Huh? Am I blocked? They blocked me? Oh, I guess I'm whatever. On a long enough timeline, the survival rate for everyone drops to zero. So don't worry about going to work tomorrow. On a long enough timeline, the survival rate for everyone drops to zero. You're going to die anyway. Why go to work? Why worry? But introducing zero hedge premium. Why premium? Well, I'll tell you why. Because you're a snowflake. You can't you can't make this shit up. Oh my God. Holy shit. Only $25 a month. Jack's lack of censorship. Nice. Ad-free environment. Unmoderated comments. Wow. Unmoderated. Absolutist of the free speech. There will not be a Fed pause. I I agree. I am in agreement with that. In fact, I think that really we'll see what happens the rest of the day and early tomorrow, but it seems like we're pretty much back to before this all happened. Things have gotten basically smoothed out. We averted the one of the top world banks collapsing. The United States has taken a lot of steps. Yeah, you had a few crises, or maybe one could say like a small crisis, a small panic, something last week. But whether you want to call it a bailout or a backstop plan, whatever you want to call it, they're taking care of it. Um, Now, something could happen tomorrow that, either is a continuation of this crisis or um, a whole new leg of crises. Okay. But I'm really struggling to see why we have had this rally, why we are having this rally, and why we will or should. And should is a tricky word, I know, but whether I think we will continue to see a rally. So maybe that's a good time, a good segue. Wow, I feel really prepared. today, but I'm really not. Just a good bullshitter. Hop over to the futures. So, my session's expired. Okay, maybe not. So we'll come back there. We got technical difficulty there. Well, I'll get my producer to check that out and get things squared away. 75 basis, maybe 1.25. Well, that would take us above the rate of inflation, which would probably bring inflation down a lot faster. And you're already having these failures anyway, and now you put measures into place to prevent them. So yeah, go for it. Go for the 1.25. If something breaks, we can deal with it better now. But we cannot deal with 6% inflation and potentially rising inflation, which is what will happen if the market continues to rally and conditions remain untightened. So I agree with the 1.25. UK just issued a 50 hike, and the world did not come to an end. Not high till it's triple digits. That's what the apes said. And you got to 72, didn't get to triple digits. They didn't sell. So you're spot on again, Lynn. Still too much money in circulation. I agree with that too. So let's look at that. Um, let's say someone wanted to look at that. What would you look at? Well, there's a few different things you can look at. And there's a few different places you could look, but the one place that you should look is the Federal Reserve Economic Database, or FRED. And we could look at something like M1, we could look at M2. These are basically the money stocks. And this is as of February 28th, 2023. This is showing us, well, we can just read it before. I'm not even going to worry about before May 2020. Beginning May 20th, M2 consists of M1 plus, and we need to go look at that. Small denomination time deposits, less than $100,000, less IRA, yada, yada, yada. Balances in retail money market funds, less IRA. Seasonally adjusted M2 is constructed by summing savings deposits, small denomination time deposits, and retail MMFs, each seasonally adjusted separately, and adding this to the seasonal adjusted M1. Okay. So basically, and if we go to M1, aren't you not supposed to define? Anyway, currency outside the United States Treasury, Federal Reserve banks, and the vaults of depository institutions. Demand deposits at commercial banks, excluding those amounts held by depository institutions, U.S. government, and foreign banks and institutions. Less cash items in the process of collection and the Federal Reserve float. 3. Other liquid deposits consisting of OCDs and savings deposits, including money market deposit accounts, and then it's seasonal adjustment. So basically, this is currency outside the U.S. Treasury, Federal Reserve, and the vaults of depository institutions. So money that's out in circulation that's somebody else holds. Okay. So if we look at M1, we can see here that before the pandemic, it was around, it was under, well, it's arguable to say, but yeah, it was under 4 trillion, under 4 trillion before the pandemic. So we're ho-humming along, and it's rising. It has a very low slope. So it's rising gradually over this period. And indeed, it's rising gradually throughout history, except, you do see an acceleration after the GFC. Anyway, we're not talking about that period now. So here we go. Here's the pandemic. The United States has a response to it, and it shoots up from 4 trillion to 16 trillion. Okay. And continues to rise. And continues to rise. Now, this is M1. Let's pop over to M2. So similar thing, right? little bit different of a slope, rising over time, but definitely more of an exponential type of growth, a less linear type of growth. Um, yeah. So before the pandemic, in this version of the money supply, you're at 15, well, let's just say it's under 15 trillion, okay? And after the pandemic response, it jumps up to 18, 17, 18 trillion, but continues rising to nearly 22 trillion um, in early 22. So now, Model 3 dude said there's still too much money in circulation. So what he's talking about is this exactly. So before the pandemic, after the pandemic, and what do we know about inflation? That's the other thing that is, relevant in this discussion. Okay, so there's still too much money in circulation, in this fictional conversation with Model 3 dude. Okay, there's still too much money in circulation. So what? Why does it matter? And I want to hear what Model 3 dudes would say, um, because he has a way of putting things that, cuts through the fat. Also circulating in wrong places. Tony's take on unbalanced volume. Yeah, we saw that was being offered on YouTube last night. I didn't look at it yet. Well, you were probably here, but Jorge says, I just heard AMC squeezing tomorrow. I think you heard, maybe you misheard, AMC holders screaming tomorrow, screaming at their phones and computers. I think, but maybe I misheard it. Okay. Well, tomorrow's Monday for us here. So, which Monday? Oh, which Monday? But tomorrow is Monday, so we're going to say, pretty sure it was AMC holders screaming tomorrow. All right, so I got the futures back up here. Thank you, producer. Maybe. Oh, hmm. Uh-huh. There we go. Dang, producer. Where the hell are they anyway? All right. Um, all right, let's do this here. Over in the flexible grid. I'm gonna get rid of whatever this is. What is this? This is an AMC call, looks like. I don't know why I was looking at that. All right, let me hmm, looking at this makes me think about it's been in a 2-year long ascending wedge. And then that makes me think of, where is Ants Trades? How's he doing? He should be doing better, right? I don't know. Well, it's funny because it seems to be MIA. So 9.9 thousand subscribers. And I wonder what the exact number is. Um, do I really have to go to Social Blade for that? How can I get the exact number? Anyway, It's still not okay. I can go to live subscriber count. Okay. So wait, did that just happen? I don't know if that was real or not, but anyway, 9,900. So quite literally 9.9K. So here, this is, I don't know. I just think it's kind of, I don't know. What did that ape say? Poetic justice. Here's somebody who busted onto the scene with a strong grift, a pretty absurd grift. Couldn't sustain it, could not hit 10,000, and now has flamed out and gone. That is a hell of a flash in the pan, I suppose. Um, anyway, yeah. All right, so I have an update from Model 3 dude here. That level of cash has made it too easy to get cash for loans that is not supported by the level of those requesting said loans. This is what can cause a collapse. That level of cash for loans, well, yeah, I guess I was easy money and a hard money time is never good. Right. Um, so I was going even more dumbed down with the definition of inflation, or the relationship of money supply and inflation. Um, actually, you know what? Let me go to the let me ask the producer. This producer, the software version is well, Chat GPT. But anyway, okay, here we go. Here's Chat GPT telling us about money supply and inflation. Money supply and price inflation are closely related. In general, an increase in the money supply can lead to higher prices, while a decrease in the money supply can lead to lower prices. An increase in the money supply can lead to high prices. The reasoning behind this is that based on the basic principles of supply and demand, when the money supply increases, consumers have more money to spend, which can lead to increased demand for goods and services. This increased demand can cause prices to rise as producers try to take advantage of the higher demand by raising their prices. On the other hand, if the money supply decreases, consumers have less money to spend, which can lead to decreased demand for goods and services. This decreased demand can cause prices to fall as producers try to attract customers by lowering their prices. However, the relationship between money supply and price inflation is not always straightforward, and there are many other factors that can influence inflation, such as changes in productivity, changes in interest rates, changes in government policies, and changes in international trade. Therefore, while the money supply is an important factor to consider when evaluating the potential for inflation, it should not be the only factor considered. Okay, so basically, let's take out of this an increase in the money supply can lead to higher prices. So here we have the money supply, an increase in the money supply from 15 trillion to 22 trillion minus a short amount, just under 22 trillion. And we're sitting here talking about prices, inflation is still too high at 6%. I mean, really, why are we talking? I mean, this is straightforward, is it not? Why is this not a clear-cut example? Well, we have the data to show it. Um, let me do this. And I would try to put them on the same graph, but I can never get the scaling right. So I don't know. What are we looking at here? But that's X food and energy. I don't necessarily want X food and industry and whatever it was. I really just want because we do pay for that stuff. We pay for food and energy. So I'm not interested in excluding it personally, but I feel like typing all that. Here we go. This is just one measurement of it. But I mean, really, we see the same type of thing. Here's the money supply. Here's inflation. So, you know, there are other ways we could look at this. It might be better. I mean, this is broken down to different sectors and categories and whatnot, but we could look at the straight up CPI. This is a growth for blah, blah, blah. So we have this artificial increase in funds in the market. So this is to, you know, tell the story of this chart. So you're going to have some growth organically, you know, in opposition to Model 3 dude's use of, I missed it. I did it again. That's all right. Well, gapped up. So it seems like, I mean, it's one way to play it. Gap up, a gap and crap. Could be possible. See here, make sure all this is set up right. And there we go. Now let's see what Tasty Trade's got going on.
Interest rates off the table. So I guess it's just going to be a waiting game to see what happens until next week. I think bonds got way ahead of themselves at 132.5 or where.
Oh yeah, of course you do, Tom. Of course you do.
Look and see what else. We should see a little bit of yield curve inversion.
Was he saying they got ahead of themselves to the upside or downside?
Steepening and
I popped the window out and it cut off right then. Dang it.
Take that back.
Don't have the context.
Did you say?
Yeah, I said I'll take that back because it's not. I thought it would move a little bit. It hasn't.
No, it's actually going in the direction that you wanted it to go in prior.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I would think this opening surprised me. Maybe this has a little bit to do with, hey, there's a bailout, like you said. But on the other side to it,
we haven't been able to hold anything.
No, and we closed the week pretty oversold, I would say. Mm-hmm. At least it felt that way.
It felt that way, but we really didn't go anywhere, right? 39.60. No. I mean, no. We've been talking about 4,000. We've been talking about 3,900, and here we are 39.60. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down, as we talked about on Friday.
We sit here for 2 more weeks. I'm probably going to win the pool.
Not this again. Not this again.
Social Blade.
Again, please, baby Jesus. No, I can't take it. I can't take it. I'm surprised we haven't had more action really this afternoon. I would have thought we would, I don't know, a little bit more two-sided action. I thought maybe you would have done something a little bit here today. I'm looking at oil down 10 cents. What about your Bitcoin?
So Social Blade
bought here short term.
I mean, it traded over 28.
We'll show you statistics about YouTubers.
28 and change. It was 20,000 a week ago.
Yeah,
7 trading days ago.
Yeah, monster move. I sold a little bit on Friday.
So it says here that
a monster move. Yeah. I'll give you that.
I mean, I'm saying I sold a little bit on Friday. I'm not selling anymore now. I mean, my next sale.
Recent video. That's the live stream that we're on now.
My calendar. My next sale will be 33.
All the
so you
monthly gained views.
I marked it in my journal. Well, the crazy thing is,
monthly really gained subscribers. This could stand to be higher.
Coins are dead.
Personally, but
I think we talked about that early on in its creation, that Bitcoin and Ethereum might be the 2 players and the rest are really flyers, if anything at all, meaning, shots in the dark.
Yeah.
What did we do this week?
Since we were talking about a lot of the emails we got just with people like
popular.
What they were
I don't know.
concerned about and what they were thinking about. I don't think
Anyway,
I've ever
and then you can
received
get
so many
like a
questions
live
about
subscriber
what
count. So this is what
happens
I was looking at for ants
if
trades.
this stock goes to
I
zero.
wanted to see
Yeah,
Because,
it's
you know, we don't
usually
get
the
those
other way around,
what
right?
it says.
Yeah, exactly. We don't get. I mean,
His
we don't
changed
get
after
a
like
lot of
5
questions
seconds.
about
So
what
I wonder
happens if
mine will.
XYZ goes to zero. Because
Right.
XYZ, you know, we always talk about it.
XYZ don't go to zero, right? At some point, it just dies as a $3 stock forever.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, we've definitely seen stocks go from, you know,
I don't want to
30
die
and
as a
40
$3
to
stock forever.
300.
to 300. We've also seen stocks go from 30 and 40 to $7.
All right, anyway.
But we rarely see stocks go from, you know, 700 to zero.
In 2 weeks or less. Yeah.
So this has been a very, you know, I mean, and people ask us, you know, like, well, what happens? And like, honestly, it's probably been, I don't even know. I can't even tell you. I have had stocks that I've owned.
Or how about halted stocks? Like, what do I do with my options to expirations? If halted,
So-
first of all, we usually have expirations monthly. Or
They're
we
buying
have
back
in the
into
past
bonds.
when you had some sort of turmoil like this.
This is
and
wait,
it
is
usually
this
worked
this
its
is the
way out
bond?
before expiration. Now that you have weekly
actual bond
options
price.
and you've had all these halters of bank
Not the
stocks.
yield.
It's not like one pharmaceutical stock or something like that. It's of you know, traded products. I don't know the answer to some of these questions. I'm going through it the same way everybody else is.
Well, I will say one thing, that when you see this stuff kind of happen, it does put like risk into context. For at least for me, like I would have never thought. I'm going back to RSX, which is the Russian ETF that we bought or sold some puts in just before it shut down and never to reopen. Like if you had said to me when I was selling puts, do you know this thing can go to zero? I would have said it can't go to zero. I mean, it's an ETF that holds Russia. The Russian stock market can't go to zero.
Right.
But I never took into consideration that, you know, that we couldn't trade, you know, that none of these things could trade, that it was just became illiquid. I don't think if you had said to me, you know, here's a bank that's 100, if you had said to me, here's a regional bank that's a block from your house that only operates in Chicago, I'm like, yeah, for sure, it could go bankrupt. But if you said to me, here's a regional bank with the $200 billion in assets that's one of the top 20 banks in America, you know, it can go out of business in 3 days. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
you know, so I think we've learned it puts a different context around risk. I think that's what we've learned as retail investors. And I think what some of these banks have learned and what some of these financial service firms have learned is, you know, don't sit on the yield curve. You know, there's a lot of people in Japan right now going, see, we told you.
Only we couldn't do it in Japan ourselves, but we knew it could come back.
I mean, they're just saying, you know, listen, I mean, you know, you guys think that the 500 basis point move was out of the question and a 100 point inversion's out of the question, but it's not. So, you know, get with the program. And so I think that the learning experience has been invaluable. I know that's not going to win a lot of points, but
I was going to say, I'm not really fond of learning experiences. Every learning experiences, well, at least for my family, you had to do time. So like, you know, we don't want learning experiences don't work for me. That's okay. I like smooth sailing.
Okay, you got it.
Hey, speaking of a learning experience, you want to bring in one of the most learned men in all the universe, possibly the galaxy?
Of course.
Mr. Pete Moman. Mr. Pete Moman,
Right.
how are you, kind sir?
So let's
Kind sir, I am fine. Geez, I guess I'm late with my friend rent, and that was.
okay. We'll come back to them maybe. Oops. Where is it? Okay. Also, we've been looking at this move here in Bitcoin. So let's actually just go to Okay, so this is an hourly chart, and I'm going to zoom out. Well, I have to go back to daily, I guess. Zoom out here and look at the larger picture. Zoom out even more. Okay, so now if the here's what the ape influencer should have done. This is what ants. This is if ants trades had done this, I might even actually be impressed. So let's see here. How do you do this? I forget. Um, no, maybe just do that and then go here. I have no idea if this is going to work or not, but maybe. Nope, that's not the right thing. Well, what I was trying to do was take that chart from Bitcoin that goes back to 2017 with this little pop here and then this pop here. So this would be the GameStop squeeze, and this would be the AMC. Got to spell it right. Squeeze, even though the timing it's not. That's not what it is. But you could line it up, you could stretch it and line it up, and I think it would work. And you could grift with that. I bet that trading with emotions guy has. He probably already pointed that out, so I'm not going to take credit for it. But things can look very similar. Oftentimes doesn't really mean much. And I want to put on here visible range volume profile. So I was looking at this earlier, kind of going back through this period from 2020, let's say, to now. And we could go in here and change the settings here, and I don't know what the max is here, but go in kind of close. So the only problem with this is if we wanted to zoom in and look at this more closely, we can do that. We can zoom in and look more closely, but this volume profile is only going to show us what's visible on the screen. So for that, you can use fixed range volume profile, and to set a point in time. So there's our, now it's on this side on the left, and I can change those settings, make them match a little bit. They don't have to match exactly, but I don't need those. Okay, so when I zoom out farther than that, of course, the profiles are going to diverge because now this one on the right is looking at more data. So it may not be the same. As I move it around, it's going to shift the one on the right, but not the one on the left. It's going to continue to show me the overall. It should. Come on now. I want to see that while I'm looking at this. If I go back there, it's going to show me that. So I'm not. Okay. Thanks a lot. Hmm. This is just going to change the points. All right, whatever. Thought I've done that before, but guess not. Okay, but anyway, we can still see it here. I guess we don't need this one. You can see that we have really much lower volume node here, right here. That's all I was trying to show anyway. So the other times when it hit this price level was here and here. And both times it pretty much punched through it without really establishing anything there. It established more there here, but it was in the midst of a downtrend. So between April and June. So, and then you're up against a lot more here at this level, which I'd have to imagine is why, even just based off of this much here, going back to May of last year, I mean, you're encountering resistance now. So this is actually a good example of, I don't know, the basics, maybe some more, fundamental stuff, not fun, some more elementary stuff, maybe. And I have this thing minimized here, so I could make it larger. So you get a little bit more resolution on that, more contrast, so to speak. So it's also, well, let's zoom back out and see. So you are still in the value area here, as far as things go, but it is above the POC for that period of time. So we get these swings where it, I mean, and you can't make this stuff up really, because it's swinging around here, it comes down and hits the POC, bounces off the POC, and then now is bouncing, well, may bounce off of this low volume node here or encounter resistance at the higher volume node. So all this here is representing how much buying and selling we have at these various price levels indicated by that histogram. So, okay. Okay, so we see crude oil. And remember, and here's something, we saw a divergence in the indices last week. It's easier to do this. I don't know why this chart has weirdness on it. No. Better save that. All right. Anyway, I need these to be the same. All right. Actually, all that, and I really should have done this. So all three had, had this day on, what was that? Thursday? Last Thursday, this big green candle. And then the next day, the S&P and the Russell lost a lot of it. The NASDAQ retained a lot, and that same pattern happened. Well, this is today actually, but no, yes, yes, no, yeah. So anyway, in other words, the NASDAQ was up from the previous day. NASDAQ was up, 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 and then stayed up. And the S&P was more swingy, up and down a little bit, up a lot, and then down kind of a lot, and then down a little bit more, or at least not higher. So now in bonds, and for that, well, for some reason, oh, also, let's pop over to the VIX futures here and see what's happening there. Okay, there's a session break. All right. Sometimes it's hard to know when that was. So here's the VIX drop. The VIX futures dropped at market open here, and then we see it kind of back. But oh, I have it right here. I wonder. Yep. All right. Now I'll tell you. We'll just go to 5 minutes on these. So is this the beginnings of a gap and crap? I don't know. And we're still seeing, well, we're seeing this divergence in oil and gas, but it's probably just due to trading. So, okay, well, now that's enough of that for now. Let's see. Model 3 will hold their comments on his comments on GameStop. Earnings on Tuesday. All right, I forgot about that. Koala Hugger. Can you do BBY? I'm just reading the chat here. For what reason? It's a dead horse. Trading sense, whale teething on large volumes. Just want to see Scott's opinion. You need no chart. Just walk into a store, Bed Bath & Beyond store to get your answers. Maybe even ask employees what the condition of the company. Remember when JCPenney was closing? It's still open. Okay. Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath & Beyond. For what reason? So this stock is about to break $1. It's about to break $1. It's a good opportunity. I mean, the latest developments, although probably positive and positive overall, should not be seen as any excuse for the market to rally. In fact, I'm saying that based on the logic that's in play, seemingly, it should be bearish for the market. So we're basically returning to the pre-banking crisis, you know, high inflation, which would necessitate higher interest rate hikes in an attempt to make inflation go down. So why am I saying that? I don't care about that. Just talk about the stock. Okay. Well, what that would mean is potentially it's bad for these companies, these zombie corporations. It's not good for them um, because it makes debt more expensive. And this is not a profitable company. So yeah, after hours, I mean, it looks like it dropped a lot. I mean, well, I guess yeah, 86 cents is what it closed at. I'm saying it's about to break $1. Um, well, the after hour price was 86 cents. I don't trade penny stocks. I'm not interested in this kind of stuff. So for me, there's really no point to continue looking at it now. And I know some people will say, well, but there's money to be made. I'm sure that there is. I'm just not interested. I'm just not interested. I want to trade liquid products that are uh, where I can make, a nice chunk, and there's not all this um, baggage and all of these concerns and whatever else. So it's just, it's just not something that I typically do. Now, I bought puts on Bed Bath and Beyond a couple times and made money, but implied volatility has been mm, wonky, I guess, and I've lost money on them too, which is really frustrating. But it was an IV problem, and of course, I don't have active trader up here, but you can do it somewhere else. So let's see here. Are we still viewing? Okay, yeah. So here's some volatility analysis, and we can see the IV percentile about, it's starting to roll off, but it's just below 80. So that's telling you, 80% of the time the IV was lower than what it is now over the last year. So yeah, no, it would have to come off more or something, there'd have to be something that would have to happen. And yeah, you only had 161,000 contracts traded with over 2 million open interest. So I don't know what's going on there. Could look at it, but yeah, highly liquid on the reg show following a reverse split. Oh, they did a reverse split. I don't even, yeah. But it says for here that there's an IV of 222. Thinkorswim is showing 246, and they're showing an IV rank. They don't show the IV rank. Do they? Yeah. No, they show IV percentile, and that's what I wanted, but they're showing it's 39%. So I am not sure about that. Maybe we're looking at the 30-day before, and this is a 1 year. No, we were looking at, that's well, you know what now? Yeah, no, we've got on a 1 year should be 73. I said it was just under 80. So yeah, that's right. And then, but Thinkorswim's showing 39. So I don't know. That looks like the IV rank, not the percentile. So anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. See, IV rank 32, but IV percentile 73 or just under 80. So I don't know, but I don't see any point. Proposes reverse stock split, stock tumbles. So they're planning it. They announced that on Friday. Which means that they're going to do dilution. So it's the same old story on these zombie companies. Why put yourself through that? Is my thing. Why put yourself through it? Why put us through it? Just kidding. But, you know, all right. Now, what is this? Mr. Sicko Trading. Have we looked at this guy before? I don't know. Best setup since AMC. Oh, that's new. All right. Well, let's see what this one is here.
In this video, I'm going to show you my whole outlook and forecast on AMC. Basically, I'm going to outline exactly what I'm going to expect the price to do in the near future. Not going to hide anything from you. So this is exactly what I'm going to be waiting when the market's open and whatnot. I'm also going to use this tool to actually outline to the dot, what I'm going to expect the price to do. Let's get right into the video. I'm going to use two confluences, which is going to be the performance and the structure. Now, if you remember, okay, if you just remember, on AMC, I made a prediction right here on 28th of February, which I was expecting bearish moves. And here's the proof. This is the link of the video. This is the proof. And you see, we only got 4 likes.
That revolutionary
didn't
here.
got that much views.
Every
yeah,
time it does one of these pumps,
go check it out. But I was absolutely correct about.
Yes, you were.
Let's say right about the bearish moves from there on, using the simplest strategy out there in the market.
Sure.
But yeah, nonetheless, right now, what am I expecting the price to do? Like in simple words, still continue and deliver lower. Like I'm not gonna change nothing. Just gonna take this a little bit down like this, and basically expecting it to deliver below these lows at least, right? Just at least 377. Why? You might be asking, what's the reason? Mainly because I'm bullish on the higher time frame on AMC. I'm generally expecting it to come mitigate this the month.
And I mean, the thing is, yeah, with the stock price like 86 cents, it's not going to remain listed. So it's gonna run delisting risk, and that's the that could be quite catastrophic. So, what else? What would you do? There's not much else that you can do. Go private. I don't know, but yeah. So for me, what I'm interested in trading, no.
And then start to fly up. That's the main reason why. And because if I just go to the left, we have big bearish trend. And that's actually influencing the whole structure. And why this area? Again, because it's a demand supply area. Again, I'm using a very simple strategy, which is absolutely working fine. Again, you have testimonials on my YouTube channel, okay? My whole YouTube channel is kind of a journal. Yeah, nobody kind of does this stuff that I do, but yeah,
I understand.
Let me know what is your
that you're
opinion on AMC.
laying down
I'm
a
expecting it to continue to go
foundation
lower.
of
And this is a little bonus for you if you're
you're
this
right,
deep into the
but
video. It's like a
this is
lower time
weird.
frame prediction of mine is looking something like this. Okay, to just continue and deliver lower, to deliver below these lows. Let me know what is your scenarios about them. And like the video, if you found any value, it's going to be greatly appreciated.
I mean, I didn't dislike the video, but I didn't really find any value in this. Personally, so AMC's going lower. Great. That's what it tends to do. So now we have a situation in the futures where equities are back rallying, at least for a few minutes here. And however, bonds are selling off again and the dollar is going down. So, anybody's guess at this point, really. Maybe Wall Street will use this opportunity next week to create ultra confusion in the markets. I'm thinking, I mean, in an ideal world, I think it would probably be, well, the dollar is not necessarily going down. I don't know why it's not showing me. I forget what time the dollar opens, but No, it's trading because it's here on TradingView. So Thinkorswim is just being stupid. Here it is. So, you know, this is it's how you know somebody's lying, I think. But anyway, there's no lie detector, but I don't know why. There we go. I just had to refresh it. Maybe because I was on daily. That's probably why, Scott. Okay. But that's not the same. It's not even showing the same value. That's after hours from last week. So no, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? So now we just got the 10-year yield there. But maybe they will. Maybe they'll use meaning Wall Street. Maybe they'll use next week as an opportunity to, basically create a massive smoke screen to grab cash. I think that's likely, honestly. But it seems like should be, um, like I said before, it seems like in this narrative, if they're using the bank situation to pump the market, uh, loosen conditions, then the resolution of such should be the opposite. It should be bearish. But one thing is, should is not a thing, especially when it means being bearish. So that's just one of those things. Thanks, Koala Hugger. Appreciate that. Delisting risk will be the reason for the reverse split. They will let you all buy thousands of shares and spring the reverse split on its shareholders. Hey, Ron, right out of the failing company CEO playbook. Yeah, who's teaching corporate finance these days anyway? So yeah, and I have to imagine that that's got to be part of the motivation on AMC too. A little less imminent, but still possible. Let's see here. I honestly can't say that I know, but that's NASDAQ. Minimum share price. Now, don't hold on. All right. Let's see. I gotta go to my other window. You gotta love. Well, the title of this, yeah, is PowerPoint presentation. Oh, good job. This is from the NYSE.com. Now, this is initial listing standards. I know, but $4. That's all. Okay, IPO, spin-off, and carve-outs, transfer or quotation, and all their listings. So we're in all other listings. Minimum share price, $4. Really? Okay, maybe it is more imminent than I thought. I really didn't look into it. I mean, wow. I mean, of course, you hopefully got the reverse split coming up, but that's in the hands of the court, so that's cool. Now, I don't know if that stuff was suspended back here or what happened. But anyway, that's what I seem, or I'm sorry, I don't know if that stuff was suspended back here or like really what the deal was, whether it was different or um no. The price was higher because APE hadn't been issued. That's what it is. So it was above $4 then because you have there's a threshold of time. Anyway, um, let's do this. Leaked info, AMC addicts with a Z. Oh yeah, the Marble Run race guy. Okay. I, I didn't remember then just from the name, but then I saw the marble runs and then I remembered. Yeah, we have.
Hello,
Yep.
guys. Hello, guys, and welcome back to the AMC Addicts. Let's travel through time. AMP GM, start squeezing. Both are stopped. Since 2 years ago, the stocks have stalled and hardly moved at all. And when it does move,
Oh, these
it
low
is
quality
deprived of power.
channels. Fuck
They
me.
hope that you will sell. They are anticipating it. They no longer acknowledge AMC or GM. And when they do, short sellers on national television announce that the meme stock saga has ended and no one is buying, etc. But they are entirely inaccurate. Banks are crumbling and fraudulent pumps are occurring. Ultimately,
like the fraudulent pump on YouTube every day. Are you kidding me?
Will fall apart. The AMC apes are the world's most devoted shareholders. I can say we adore and support our firm. This is your opponent, Kenny, and this ape, stated the CEO of Aeron. We will support any NAPS products you sell to us. We will do whatever it takes to make AMC the most formidable institution possible. This is in reference to new gold Highcroft items, which is labeled as the Gold Collection. Get your hands on anything Highcroft with our exclusive gold collection inspired by Nevada Mine.
What is this sponsored by Wyckoff Mining?
This is precisely what we've desired for some time. This type of product is, in my opinion, the greatest that could be supplied due to the partnership
inspired by Graham Stephan, Meet Kevin, Andrew G, Stockmo, My Financial Friend, Keenan Grace, Trey's Trades, Matt Kors, The Masked Idiot, Blue versus Wall Street, Thomas James Investing,
Yet
Zane
the price
Investing.
activity is a mirage that is often manipulated. We still know the truth and are not
obviously those are just tags.
If you are still interested in this play, please comment
yes,
below.
they are inspired by those
The entire
fucks.
globe will discover why.
God.
We have waited patiently for our children and the children of our children. Our day will come. We shall triumph and reclaim everything with vengeance. Millionaires of the future will read this tweet. I recall when it was predicted that AMC would go bankrupt, but it never did. I recall when some asserted that AMC would never fall, but the share price has risen to $72. Today, they claim AMC is dead and will never rise again.
Sounds like they're just reading Reddit posts.
Right. It's only a matter of time.
Look, they got Reddit open. Reddit, and Twitter. That's all they got open here. And 2 charts, Reddit and Twitter. That's what they did. They fed it into a speech generator. Bullshit. The fact that there is supposedly demand for this crap still. Yeah, we don't need to look at a chart of, where is it? Oh, yeah, we don't need to look at an M2 chart to know that there's still way too much money out there. All we got to do is look and see that there is still increasing demand, or at least an elevated level of demand for bullshit channels putting out garbage information on a daily basis about AMC and other meme stocks. Period. That's as good an indicator as anything else that the Fed has a long ways to go.
All of those individuals who watched AMC rip to $72 believed that the stock would become a penny stock or file for bankruptcy in the near future. Yet they had no idea that AMC was on the path to $72 per share, which would have made the company's market capitalization enormous at the time. Those who have bet against AMC in the past and lost should simply wait till the next time, said Abe.
Okay. Wow, that's terrible. That's just so bad. All right. Anyway. All right. So I changed the title from "Is the stock market a Ponzi scheme? And if so, does it matter?" to "Does Credit Susie have to do the what? Does Credit Suisse have to cover AMC shorts? But I do want to go back to the original thing because I found this video, and this I'm not going to watch. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'll put the link, but just the first 3-4 minutes of it. And just something to think about. but I'll put the link to the full video here. And you've heard varying opinions on this maybe, and I'm not advocating anything or disputing or dispelling anything. But let's see.
When we think about the stock market, we think about money, the finance industry, businesses, and making money from investing in successful businesses. The belief is investing in successful businesses is what leads to investment profits. And there's a direct connection between the success of the underlying company and the profits investors experience. This is a reasonable idea, which is why it's in textbooks and recited by finance professionals who sell stocks and stock-related services. However, this is not how stocks actually work.
Okay. So what they're saying is, let me go back.
Businesses, think about the stock market, we think about money, the finance industry, businesses, and making money from investing in successful businesses.
Okay, that's
the belief
Warren
is
Buffett.
investing in successful businesses is what leads to investment profits. And there's a direct connection between the success of the underlying company and the profits investors experience. This is a reasonable idea, which is why it's in textbooks and recited by finance professionals who sell stocks and stock-related services.
So theoretically, not necessarily. I mean, we've talked about a lot of times the disconnection between company fundamentals and the way that stocks trade. So this, I don't believe this, because I know that to be true, at least sometimes. I guess if it was like you're explaining it to somebody, maybe, but I wouldn't explain it like this necessarily, because the secondary market is, that's where things are trading between graders. So it's like if you buy a, um, I don't know, a Swiss watch, and you buy it new. So you bought it from the manufacturer or through a retailer, and then you have the watch, and then you decide to sell the watch to another private party. Uh, does that affect the original manufacturer? Does that sale have anything to do with the original maker of the watch, or cars, or whatever? Pick your pick. Um, Maybe you could say, uh, it could, in the fact that, okay, somebody's going to buy a used one from a private person rather than buying a new one from the company, but no, otherwise. So I guess I've always thought about this being the same, but um, so in that analogy, like AMC issued shares at whatever price. When they sold them to you originally, they collected that money. But now the shares are trading in the market, and it's really out of AMC's hands. Does it have anything to do with them? Does it have anything to do with the fundamentals of the company? Only in that theoretically the market value would reflect that, because someone would be more or less willing to pay higher prices if a company is successful. But there's nothing that mechanically ties it to that. That's why these things can blow up, like like all of the GM, like this. I mean, and this is not clearly not a fair valuation, but it happened. And there's probably other examples on this list too. So, but I don't know if I would say that that's what everybody, that this is. I don't know. I don't know if anybody has any opinions on that, but you know, it's more complicated. It's not tied, just like AMC and Ape. Okay, it should have traded, like they say, it should have traded in inverse fashion, because the total of both tickers would indicate, the price of AMC. But what? So we're supposed to sit there with calculators and figure out this you know, okay, so if AMC is this, then APE should be this, and that's constantly changing, and whatever. I don't know. It's anyway. I'll
And
give
recited
it a
by
shot though.
finance professionals who sell stocks and stock-related services. However, this is not how stocks actually work. Most finance professionals have no idea where profits from stocks come from. They just assume it gets magically generated from the
We should ask
complexities of the market.
Casey Shaw.
The myth is profits from stocks are generated from the earnings and growth of the underlying companies. And when a company makes money, they share the profits with their investors.
Okay,
But
this
in
is
practice, most public companies never pay dividends on their stocks. And when they make money, which can be millions or even billions, they keep everything. The reality is, profits from stocks come from other investors who are buying and selling stocks.
I guess we don't have any disputes with that. So yeah, this model is not a thing, and unless there's a dividend, yeah.
Billions, they keep everything. The reality is, profits from stocks come from other investors who are buying and selling stocks. When an investor buys a stock
Secondary
for
market.
$10 and sells it for $11, that $11 comes from another investor, someone who will then start hunting for yet.
So, I don't know if Bad Back's here, but yeah, well, this video is only from 2 years ago, I guess. So, maybe it wouldn't be. But I mean, okay, that actually lends some truth to what they're saying here, because it said I just noticed this here. The sad truth is, people in finance do not study history and don't know the difference between a value coming in the exchange of money, and the money is tied to, and the money that is being exchanged. The product of this ignorance is a system. Da, 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 da. And you know, we know Casey Shaw was asking this question 4 years ago, or whatever it was. So, I guess maybe that's a point of that's inculpatory of this. I don't know, but you know, and now he's big old famous YouTube grifter, even though his videos don't come up on here, but neither do mine.
Another investor who will give him $12, and so on. This is technically a negative sum scenario for investors.
Oh God,
because they are
Manny.
contributing all the money, and there are fees attached to every transaction.
Ouch.
The company that issued the stock isn't
Brutal.
involved in these transactions, so whether the business is making or losing money is irrelevant. This is why companies like Tesla Motors, who has lost billions since they became a public company, can still have stocks that appreciate in value. But in a situation where investors' profits are strictly dependent on money from other investors, investors can make or lose money regardless of whether the company they invested in is making or losing money. In reality, the stock market is a massive system that shuffles money between investors. It is a system where current investors' profits are directly dependent on the inflow of money from new investors, and such a system is also known as a Ponzi scheme. But what most people don't realize is that a Ponzi scheme can also produce a lot of winners. It's not a scam where everyone loses money, even with the presence of middlemen and fees. A lot of investors who are involved and unaware of them and fees.
There's Ken Griffin in the middle.
A lot of investors who are involved and unaware of the scam can make money too. The fraudulent aspect of a Ponzi scheme is not its inability to produce a few winners. The issue is in the mechanics and where that money comes from, and how investors who make money are taking it from other investors who also want to make money. But if the stock market is a giant Ponzi scheme, and it's as obvious as tracing the cash flow of a typical stock transaction, then why is it legal? If stocks are Ponzi assets, why are finance professionals allowed to sell them to investors? And why are there so many university classes and textbooks on stock analysis, but not one of them mentions the existence of this Ponzi factor? Finance professionals do not see the stock market as a Ponzi scheme because they believe in several fallacies. These are ideas that people assume are true because they heard it from someone else. But the credibility for these ideas come from repetition, tradition, and people who recite it, rather than proof, logic, or facts.
Okay. Well, I felt like they were talking about the AMC grifters there at the end. Um, Proof, logic, and facts. I mean, we try to find those, um, and go with that. So, but it sound yeah. What was it? Repetition and tradition and something else.
People assume are true because they heard it from someone else.
Well, and people assume they're true because they heard it from someone else. I mean, that's this whole thing is that essentially, and I've been railing against using assumptions as the basis for a decision since the
But the
beginning here.
credibility for these ideas come from repetition, tradition, and people who recite it.
Yeah, that's true, I think. But so anyway, the thing, I guess,
Rather than proof, logic, or facts.
I just want that. I just like that. So, um, you know, Model 3 dude says Tesla's a Ponzi scheme. Oh no. Um, yeah, that's why I was coming over here, and looking at the annual numbers here. But it is what does Tesla pay a dividend? I don't think they pay a dividend. No, no, there's no way. Um, so that's money that's coming out of the company. Manuel says Ponzi scheme explanation is an oversimplification. Owning a portion of a great company is as good as buying a house in a great neighborhood. And I'm like I said, I'm not gonna clog up the video with the rest of it here, but the link's there. Now, I guess the question is, are you really owning a portion of the company? Or do you own essentially part of what the overall market believes that something is worth? So that's kind of what we were talking about a minute ago with the, um, stocks being divorced from that or primary market sales versus secondary market trading. So if you own a Ford that you bought used, do you own a part of the Ford legacy? And is that worth something beyond the utility of the car? And I'm not, making I'm not coming down on any side here. I'm just facilitating this discussion. But um, it seems like there'd be arguments for both. But if you wanted to really trace the flows, you could do that. But yeah, it's an interesting question. And I don't, come back to this. And actually, there's also an M3 now to make things even more complicated. So M3, and where's the definition? It's a weekly one that they discontinued apparently. But okay, so I think the M2, yeah, okay, so the M2 is small denomination time deposits. And the M3 is, it includes large deposits, large time deposits, institutional money market funds, short-term repurchase agreements, and larger liquid funds. So it's basically just more stuff. So I usually look at the M2, but you could also look at the M1. And I think actually had, yeah, view a measure of the most liquid assets in the money supply: cash, checking accounts, travelers' checks, demand deposits, and other checkable deposits. So we're talking about less liquid assets in M2, and then did it say? No, see, it doesn't say it there. I don't know why. But you're adding larger, basically larger illiquid, or larger, less liquid assets. Crypto is a Ponzi scheme. By the way, yeah, where is crypto? Ooh, well, I think Model 3 dude got stopped out. Maybe. What time? I don't know what time that was. I think it was, yeah, I don't remember. 28,175, I think. So here it is again. There. And we get one of these. So on my 18 strategy, got to come up with a catchy name like 18 and over or something, or adults only strategy, um, with these moving averages here, and on an 18-minute chart. So we've had some kind of sideways here, and this corresponds to that that other level here, doesn't it? Or does it? No. Yeah, it corresponds with this level here, back here. But anyway, I think that's right, because I can't go back that far. But anyway, hmm. So yeah, let's see. I guess they ended the special Credit Suisse, Save Credit Suisse, special Bloomberg surveillance. I missed it, but oh, maybe not. Looked like it was John and Lisa. I didn't see Tom. Oh, no, I did. Okay. Anyway, so crypto being a Ponzi scheme, I'm assuming because there's nothing backing it up. But what's backing up stocks? I mean, you have a company that has an earnings, but in terms of tying those two things together, that's up to the market. And we see this with bonds, and maybe bonds would be a place that could be seen. You have the Fed, who says we're raising rates, yet we have a bond market where bonds trade. So if you were to buy this from the government versus trading a bond, we see like the 10-year yield, is way down. So I guess what I'm saying is the Fed can say, or we're raising rates, but the bond market is trading where people are willing to trade it. Um, and we see the 10-year yields down, which, it kind of more or less correlates with these swings up in like the NASDAQ, for example. And even recently here, this is Thursday. We look at Thursday, or Yeah. We look at Thursday here. That's when we had this. Actually, it rose throughout the day. But in general, this down, and it doesn't necessarily correlate 1-to-1. Prince song, 18 and older. Yeah, don't necessarily want to use that. But yeah, I don't know. But getting back to that crypto, so on the we see these times where it's in an uptrend. We can go back just back here, and the blue line goes over the whitish line, and then sometimes, sometimes, and this happens with all kinds of crossover strategies where they touch, and then it bounces off, so the averages come together and then diverge again, same direction. So we see that this bounces off that more or less. Sometimes it dips below, but um, so we just see one of those things happening here, and yeah, don't know. Okay, over here, yeah, we're grinding higher. And so I'll say again, running off the logic of rallying on the bank crisis news, whatever, you might, this is this has changed a little bit, but one might be inclined to think that the market should go down if the crisis is resolved. However, this is the stock market, so no rules apply. How about that? No rules apply. The market can trade wherever it wants to, which actually lends credibility to this video. If the market can trade wherever it wants to, then the company doesn't matter. So something to think about. But the second part of the question was, and if so, does it matter? So is it a Ponzi scheme? And if so, does it matter? First part, okay, whatever. Let's just say for the sake of argument, the answer is yes. So if so, does it matter? And to that, I would say no, unless you are holding a bag, unless you are under false beliefs, assumptions. Now, if you know that there is a chance that it's all bullshit, whatever it all means, whatever it all is referring to, but if you reserve that, you know, if you reserve the right to call it all bullshit, then you're going to be maybe, I don't know, smarter uh, or more discerning or something. You're going to treat it differently than you would something that you thought was a rock solid deal because, hey, this shit could rug pull at any time. And I'm thinking about crypto here, but also stocks. It could rug pull at any time. Anything could happen. And I better be prepared to lose it all. Otherwise, I'm not going to put it in. Or I'm only going to be willing to lose what I put in because I'm being conservative with that because I don't trust it. So that's also a possibility. Boy, I am a little bit disappointed that there isn't more propaganda out here, but we do know, I think we can safely say that the AMC grift adopted the Credit Suisse bank and Silicon Valley Bank failures, Credit Suisse and Silicon Valley Bank failures. They rolled that into their narrative and used it to justify a coming short squeeze. Now we have these issues being resolved. We have the issues being resolved. We have UBS taking care of Credit Suisse. You have, an ongoing auction process for Silicon Valley Bank, and no reports that I've seen. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. No additional reports of bank failures. today that I've seen. Now, I don't know. We have the failed bank list. And we'll get to that Twitter thing. Oh, was I on that the whole time? I was, wasn't I? Dang it. I meant to be over here. But whatever. We've got the failed bank list. And the failed bank list on the FDIC going back to October 1st, 2000. And we got Signature and Silicon Valley, and that's all we got this year. Last one before that is Alameda. Well, Alameda. And that was in 2020. So you actually had more bank failures in 2020. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3 in 2019. None in 2018, and that's the year the market crashed, right? Paper tantrum. Anyway, no matter what, there's always money being put into the market with 401ks, retirements, pensions, so will always be an inflow of money. So this is seemingly supporting the does it matter? No, it doesn't, because there's always an inflow of money. So it's the largest Ponzi scheme. It doesn't run the risk of being liquidated. I think I'm rewording it, but essentially there will always be an inflow of money from things like 401ks and retirements and like automatic contributions that will have that cushion or that automatic inflow. So it will probably not go down. And, I don't have a problem with that. Now, as somebody who's mostly short-term trading, I have to say, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't really matter at all to me, if it is or not, because I'm not holding things for years generally. So, I mean, hell, I don't even like holding things for hours. I want to flip it around and make money now. So it's gambling. It's degenerative gambling. That's, another great thing is that there's something for everybody here. It's like a flea market. That's what it is. It's like a flea market. Um, so, you know, I wanna capitalize on the volatility, on the emotions at play, out there, and basically just kind of come in, snipe it, and leave. Chuck says, "How the hell is AMC actually trending on Twitter?" And Manuel says he's not seeing it trending. So I've seen this phenomenon before. Um, so what I usually do is go to Twitter. Um, let's see here. Let me get this. Go to Twitter, logged out, basically. So I don't want any of my previous activities to affect what um, Twitter is showing me. So this, I mean, theoretically, I would think should be the most unbiased, like what's actually trending. Don't take into account what I care about more. Show me what is popular. I don't care if I don't want it to be ranked. I just want you to tell me what's actually popular. Barca, Marquette, Kentucky, Reeves, KVQ4, Benzema, Carvajal, Kessie, Chastain, Kolek, EMAW, Spieth, golf, Shaka Smart, Ancelotti, lightning strikes, Vini, Buskets, Shy, On Wisconsin, Vegas born, Izzo, Twerk, the FIA, Geraldo, trending with Chris Christie, Wallace, St. Mary, Proud Boys, Eichel, Shuney, and Larson. So in that context, I'm not seeing it. So I wonder if it was because of Chuck's previous activities. Only trending in Chuck's mind. Looking at some of the AMC psychos on here, it just shows up in my trending. That I would say that's a likelihood of that. But see, this is another one of these things. It's another one of these things. It's disingenuous about the internet sites and stuff like that. You now, well, one might think that it's trending for everybody. And, you know, I'm not saying it isn't. It's probably trending for a lot of people right now. But for a logged out user, it doesn't seem to be trending. That's creating multiple realities, to put it bluntly, in my estimation here. Like, is it trending or not? Yes or no? Well, it depends. It depends on who you are. You know, it depends on if you care about AMC. That's fucked up. But that's how they make money, I guess. So whatever. Shows on Ron's. Well, Ron looks at a lot of AMC stuff too. But you know, we can go back to the regular, you know, logged in version. See if it does. Where let's see, show more. I'm like, where's trending? I don't even look. I mean, it's different stuff. Lightning Strikes was not on logged out. Twerk was. Proud Boys was. Some of these were, but AM Better 400 wasn't. A lot of them were. Yeah, a lot of the same ones, but I mean, Marquette wasn't number one. So I don't have it trending on my actual account. Who to follow? Donahue George. No. No, I don't want to. Okay. So let's see what we got here. I'm giving these guys time to put out more videos. Like I said, I'm just disappointed that there's not more. But I guess I never really sewed up that kind of thought. So this is not good for the apes. Let me just say, I'll just come right out. It's not necessarily good for the apes. They want to see the banks fail. They want to see pandemonium. They want to see mayhem. They want to see the system burn. That will solidify in their mind that there will be a squeeze, which again makes no sense because you're talking about, oh, let's destroy financial stability so I can get rich in a financial system that is unstable. I mean, it makes no sense. It's a level of logic you'd expect from these clowns. But so what could they say? That's what I'm getting at. There isn't more out because there's nothing. What can they say? They've been saying that these bank failures and oh, the banks are failing. The banks are failing. As the banks fail, Donahue George and his lip smacking. So now you've tied yourself to it. And when it doesn't end up happening, what are you going to do? Well, stay tuned for part 574 tomorrow, and we'll see, I guess. But in the meantime, I just, you know, have to smile and say, yeah, see, that's what happens when you grift. That's what happens when you lie. It's what happens when you put out fraudulent information. Whereas if you tell the truth, then you don't have to remember shit. You don't have to try to tie these things together. You're just looking at what's happening and, you know, maybe interpreting it a little bit, talking about it in the short term, and you know, not using it to support the conclusion that you already believe will happen. And that's what these guys have been doing for 2 years. And it's time for this to end. And I never even considered the fact that something like this could put a dent in their credibility because nothing has put a dent in their credibility. Really, some of these people just go on like they haven't been wrong for 2 years. Others just slither away and disappear, and, they just don't make videos anymore, like Trey. Ants Trades. And so many more. But this should be very clear if this is the way it actually plays out. They said the bank failures were going to cause a squeeze. They were going to, make the hedge funds have to liquidate their long positions, and that's going to put pressure on the shorts, and they're going to have to close them out. Oh, great. They're going to have to close the shorts for a profit. And yeah, sure, you might see another pump and dump cycle on AMC. You might see another one of these. Whoa, yay. Great. That's exactly what we want. So we can only hope. We can only hope. But I mean, we can't hope for bank failures and instability in the financial system. We can hope for a 20% drop in the market, though. Just be clear. We can hope for that. And of course, I forgot to do it again. You can hope maybe see one of these. Pump and dump. Short covering rally. And this was the earnings one, so maybe not that, but maybe for GME earnings, or maybe something like this, but anyway, one of these types of things. But because it is down here, and if it goes below 4, now I know that's a delisting risk under 4. AMC theaters are trending on the 4U category. Died suddenly and GameStop are trending in my 4U category. Love to see what happens when AMC merges and Ape dilutes. You play Frankie? No, we're getting there. Remember Fractals? What was that grifter's name? Trading with Emotions. And we actually looked at a video of his at the very beginning of this stream, actually. Where was it? I think we did. But where'd it go? Or maybe that was yesterday. I don't remember now. All right, so Frankie and Data Zero. You guys are up next. And I started talking about Data Zero, and we looked at his channel here with the his Apple prediction. And I mean, I just love this. This is great. Where is it? Bitcoin is breaking to the upside. Let's all FOMO in Bitcoin. Yeah. We retested the top of the bull flag, so it's going to break to the upside to next week to about 160 to 165. That's what he said. Okay. But he's got an AMC video out, and I haven't, I by the time 18 minutes too, by the way. 18 minutes. That's a long AMC video at this point. You're going to be repeating yourself. I don't see how you could talk about this for 18 minutes. This is coming from a guy who does 4-hour live streams regularly. I realize that, but we just move from thing to thing. You're staying on, a bullish thesis on AMC. I don't see how you do that for 18 minutes.
Want that? I cannot tell you what's going to happen.
But we'll
Check
see.
it.
And fucking intro, by the way.
All right, guys, I got a jam-packed video for you. AMC and Ape update. We talk about the technical.
If he shows the Volkswagen squeeze chart or talks about Volkswagen at all in this video, I am going to lose it. Just forewarning, I will probably lose my shit.
And fundamental analysis. I also give you guys my personal thoughts and feelings on the reverse stock split, and Adam Aaron, CEO, just my personal thoughts and feelings on that.
He is boring.
I cannot tell you what's going to happen if this thing goes through because I honestly don't know, but I'm holding my shares 0 to MOAS 0 to the end, and I give you 10.
MOAS 0 to the end? What does that mean? You're holding...
reasons or more why this play is not over at all, and no one can convince me that it's over until it's actually over. So let's go ahead.
Well, that's a winning attitude right there. That is a winning fucking attitude. Nobody can convince me it's over. I mean, I don't recall saying, hey guys, AMC is over. Nobody can convince me that it's not. That's not what we say. Now, it so happens to be that we think AMC is over, based on everything. But I'm not going to say that nobody or nothing, no data, actual data, not zero data, can convince me of that. You know, if it looks like something, then you look at it and you call it for what it is. But he's telling you that he's biased and he doesn't care, and he's not ever going to change what he thinks. So everything is going to be fit inside the bullish box. Okay, if you chose your path.
I had to check out the charts, the facts,
Yeah,
the
he
data,
does
and
do that.
see what we have going on.
Back for another video for AMC.
There's the shittier mic.
This video, I'm going to look at AMC
Sounds like this is done on a phone or a
give you guys
Bluetooth
basic predictions on what's going on
unit.
and take a deep dive into the technical analysis and everything that I see going on. I also want to point out how this stock trading near 52 weeks low
the hell is this?
could be a positive thing, and how many bullish metrics we really have for a short squeeze.
So, I mean, a big part of his thesis here, or what he's just said, I mean, what he's trying to show with whatever the hell this is, what did it say? Grip room? Grip room. Okay, finance, chat, GTP, how to, fun stuff, everything. Short squeeze. Here are 10 signs that a short squeeze might be imminent. Number 1, your stock is trading near a 52-week lows. Oh, okay. So if your stock is trading at a 52-week lows, then you need to investigate why. If the answer is, quote, because of stock manipulation, then you could be looking at an upcoming short squeeze. What? What is this? All stocks have a fair value price, which is a factor of their assets, liabilities, and future prospects. If you suspect this is out of alignment, then you must figure out the fair value. That's your minimum target squeeze price. This is actually a good thing that this is on here, because yes, there is a fair value price, which I guess you could say is a factor of the assets, liabilities, and future prospects. But the market decides the valuation by who is willing to pay what. Fair value, maybe it's higher, maybe it's lower, maybe it's right at fair value. But that doesn't mean that it will trade at fair value. This is essentially the Ponzi scheme aspect, according to the previous video. So, there is a fair value, but that's the market does not. There's nothing that ties it to that. It is essentially disconnected. There is a fair value that can be calculated, and there are multiples and all that stuff. But we're talking about an unprofitable company, and that's embroiled in a lot of shit. So, but where it says, in a news vacuum, if people buy stocks, then stock prices go up. This is basic economics. If supply goes down and demand goes up, then prices almost always go up. Okay. Oversimplifications all over the place. Thing about markets is that prices always swing too far. When prices drop, they always drop too much. When prices go up, they always go up too much. Lots of absolutes also. This can be attributed to hysteria, panic buying, and panic selling. Eventually, the momentum eases and prices settle back to their fair value. Might take a while. I mean, okay, that's not far off, because if we could look at AMC chart on a 5-year basis, weekly, daily chart going back a couple years. So this is one of these times when that grip room is talking about. The price swung too far in one direction, and it took a while, and it's coming back down to fair value. That's what they're saying. and the apes want to continue. They wanted to continue it be not only being at this unfair value, not only there, but well, we got to squash this way down. Wow. How did I get negative there? Oh, okay. Well, it's a zero line. Anyway, somewhere up here. I mean, I don't think so, Tim. But it's stock trading at 52-week lows. I mean, that's assuming that, it says, generally speaking, good companies shouldn't do this. Good companies, especially if the indexes are trading near all-time highs. It's not. It's not. And we're not talking about a good company. We're talking about an unprofitable company. So why are you using this resource?
Trading near 52 weeks low could be a positive thing, and how many bullish metrics we really have for a short squeeze. Never let anyone tell you the play is dead until it actually is. Okay, so 90% of this stock or more is held.
Nope.
We're going to get into it. All right, so let's go ahead and check out the charts.
90% of the stock is held. I mean, I guess that's true, but would help by retail investors? I don't think so again, Tim. Don't think so. I mean, this is what happens when you don't read things. This is what happens when you read half of a sentence. This right here. This exact thing.
See what we have
Unbelievable.
going on. So I'm going to cover ape. Ape is going to be very, very boring right now. Ape is going to literally bore you to death and just trend down, down, down. It's in this falling wedge. It's a huge falling wedge. This is going to take place over
I thought a
several
falling
days,
wedge was
and it's
was
probably going to
bullish.
come all the way back down to maybe even close to that 65-cent range. It could come all the way down to that 65-cent range. That is just a possibility, and it's all because of this news that we got. And this is how you could actually make a lot of money, because basically what they are doing is trying to short this down as far as possible so they can make as much money as possible off the arbitrage trade. So a way you could profit off of this thing no matter
okay.
what, because this thing's going to go one or two ways now, and I have to be 100% legit with you guys when I say this. All right, I have to go into a rant real quick. Guys, you have to realize right now.
Nothing you can say can convince me that you're not a fraud. See, you want to use those tactics? I'll use those tactics. But go ahead, rant.
Aaron is not your friend. Okay, he plays both sides. It might look like he's your friend because he wants AMC to survive, but in order for AMC to survive, he will do anything, including
wow, what an asshole,
you out of your value of your shares. He's done that not once, but twice already. He's done that when he dumped shares, when we ran up to 72, and he diluted the heck out of this thing.
Okay.
And he's done this.
All right. Okay. But what about here? And I hate to be a whatabouter, but let's go back in time to well, let's go back in time on the chart to 2021. And you could say it's because of Adam Aaron. You could say it's not because of Adam Aaron. Either way, there was an opportunity here. Some people took the opportunity and they completed the opportunity. Other people took the opportunity, but they did not complete the opportunity. They did not take profit on their trade. So they have an open position up here. We call this overhead supply. And this, quite possibly, one of the biggest reasons why this, well, this keeps happening and why its happenings are even less intense. Because, okay, good, data zero. You are stronger than a lot of people. Okay, you are a much stronger man. You can weather the storm more than other people can. Whatever. You're holding a loss. And is it any wonder that, you know, people holding losses? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's holding a loss. I can't even say that. Who knows? Who knows if he actually even has shares? Where's the, we have a little indicator chart of 52 week and all that. I don't see it there. But anyway, um, it's at a very, what is it not, it's still got a little bit to go, to breach the January lows. But for all intents and purposes, this thing is in the shitter. Well, sometimes when things, you know, get really desperate, you get all this nonsensical garbage, and nobody's going to shake me from my beliefs, and you know, I'm going to go live with Jesus and all this kind of stuff. Okay, whatever. But not everybody is in a position to do that, and you know, you have to see. Here's Trey's thesis. This was Trey, right? This is what Trey said, and it's going to break up to the upside. Boom, it's going to go higher, but it ended up going the opposite way. Yeah, this is an overhead supply problem because not everybody is 23. Not everybody has no responsibilities. No, but not everybody invested only what they were able to lose. And so, yeah, you do have sellers, natural sellers. Now you have natural sellers. Back here, this is taken straight from Eric Muatha. You had no natural sellers here. Nobody was selling. And I say nobody. I mean, it's the allegorical nobody. But essentially, nobody was selling because price was never up here before. So nobody was selling there. Nobody was holding a loss from up here before and like, oh, I can get out now for a profit. No. So it was just euphoria. Buy, buy, buy to the moon. And then it was bye bye apes. You know, as people started taking profits and whatnot. And yeah, there was short selling. Of course, it's going to be short selling. This is a irrational pop to the upside. Of course. But, you know, why would you? This is the move. Why would you think there would be another of these impulsive moves, especially as you move into 2022 with the interest rates and inflation and now all this stuff? You know, it doesn't really make sense. But yeah, as time goes on, you have overhead supply holders. You know, they're just jumping ship, and we see it all the time. And they can't say nobody's selling. You don't hear nobody's selling as much. And yeah, but we're
When he
just not
converted
we're just
AMC to
not as
apes and
strong as
let them short ape to
Data
everything.
Zero.
And when your stock is near 52-week lows, you need to investigate. And right there is our 52-week low, and we are getting close to that. Now, there are positive bullish metrics to this, but we'll get into all that here.
This guy wants to redefine what bullish means. I'm convinced. For people like this, bag holder people, grifters, you know, people who are not in touch with anything that's provable or evidence-based, they want to say that the most bearish looking patterns and charts and indicators and whatnot are actually bullish. And this is like straight up ignorant. I can't stand this. It really is stupid. You can't redefine what it means. And can you really even say what anything means anyway? You're looking at the history of the price. That's all you're looking at here. You can't glean the future from it. You can't glean the future from it. All right.
But you need to realize that Adam Aaron is not your friend. Yes, him dropping the popcorn and all
Absolutely.
that stuff is good for the
people
company.
would be willing, I think they would be willing to
He's not being beholden to shareholders
break even.
like he should
Yes.
be as the CEO of the company, and he's not looking into this thing. He said manipulation is not his problem. Yes, it is. Your stock is the most manipulated stock of all time.
Nope,
Your
that's not
stock
true.
has more synthetic shares
What?
than any
Huh?
other stock.
Oh, here we
Okay?
go. Synthetic
There's
shares.
there's a problem, all right? So this thing's gonna go
There
one
is
or
a
two ways.
problem.
I'm gonna be real with you.
I'll agree with that. There is a problem. But you're not going to like what I have to say about who the problem is. The problem is you. You are the problem. These clowns are the problem. I mean, the more expectation of AMC price shooting to the moon that you instill in people, the more people will come to expect the price to go up. And as the price does not go up, that is to the moron an indication that there is manipulation. And it's a grievous cycle that keeps churning along. This is 100% psychological. Started by Trey and all those clowns in 2021. Trey, Matt, Master Investor, Review Dork, Shart the VIX, all those guys, they set up this precedent. And false beliefs get reinforced from repetition. Tradition. They're upholding the tradition of the AMC apes fighting market fairness, fighting for market fairness. So, it's like the market going higher when it quote unquote shouldn't. It's achieving the opposite effect. You're prolonging. This is the longest band-aid removal in history. And that's not the most manipulated stock in history. No, that's not true. Not true at all. And all you have to do is read, look things up, read, and realize that that's wrong. Besides, most manipulated, it's qualitative anyway. I don't even know how you prove that. But you had situations where you had one person corner a market. One person cornered a market. So no, AMC is not anywhere close to that. So that's stupid. But beyond that, again, if it's a Ponzi scheme, who cares? You can make money, but you're not going to make money holding Charles Ponzi's stamps to zero or the uh, contracts for difference to zero. And yes, there were people in Charles Ponzi's day, and I heard this and I love it, who, after Charles Ponzi was arrested for his crimes, after he was arrested, so the cat's out of the bag, everybody knows it was a scam. Charles Ponzi is in trouble. He's arrested. There are people who had his product. They would not get rid of it because they refused to believe. They refused to believe that they got scammed. They refused to believe that books of stamps were worthless. They held on to them and they believed that he would be vindicated, that they would eventually get their money, and yada, yada, yada. Obviously, that wasn't true. So you're going to have these people who hold AMC until it is delisted. And, what can you say? So there's going to be some really bad losers, really bad losses. There already have been, but haven't been realized necessarily. But you're going to have that. The trick is don't get caught in it. Don't hold it to zero. I don't know. Seems pretty basic to me. AMC is 100% manipulated, but it's by the apes. This company would and should be bankrupt without the manipulation done by the apes. Yeah, no, I mean, the manipulation is happening out here. Yeah, 100%. And I'm in agreement that, you know, is it a sign of a healthy economy, a healthy corporate environment when all these zombie corporations are being propped up? And we can say this by still too much funny money out in the system. I mean, this is ridiculous. Want to know why inflation's not coming down? This is a big part of it. And so the notion that the Fed is going to pause, I can't get over that, especially now that the bank situation is seemingly being corrected. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You haven't seen nothing yet, as far as I'm concerned. S&P is hovering around 4,000. The NASDAQ's at 12,700. Give me a fucking break. There is going to be so much pain coming. This is a prediction, sure, but it's not. I'm not alone here when I say that people, I believe, are going to be in for a rude awakening because we're still in la la land. As much as people don't want to think so, we are still in la la land. Absolutely. I mean, and this is not. Not an opinion that's not substantiated here. When we're looking at the data, we are looking at the data. Um, you know, I just, it blows my mind. And this is the great scam of Wall Street, you know. So yeah, here we go. This is the consumer price index. So let's just go from before the pandemic, the CPI was around 108. It's now 126. So, yeah, it's continuing to go up. It went down a little bit, but no, it's going up still. Compare that. So we're looking at a 3-year period. Now compare this to, after the GFC, so 2009 to before the pandemic, 2020, early 2020. You go from 90 to 108. Okay, so that's almost 20 points on the CPI. But look at the period this is over. This is over a 10-year period. The CPI rose less than it did in the last 3 years. Or even you could say essentially about the same amount in 3 years versus 10 years, 11 years. This is unsustainable. It's not sustainable. There's no way. So, going off tangents. Don't get why they think bankruptcy is a buy signal like Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. Reinterpreting shit as being bullish. I think the basic answer is because they're bag holders. Because they want it. They need, you know what? They need the price to go up. This applies. Here it is. This is why.
Okay. I need the price to go up. Like very soon. I can't take this anymore. I'm checking price and it is lower every hour. Check price, bad price. I can't take this anymore. I have over invested by
a lot.
I need the price to go up already. Can
AA do something? And the reality is, can he do something? Not directly. He can run the company. He can run the company. He can keep the company's doors open. He can do things to increase revenue. But you see what a stock price up here did. It did not help the company. I mean, maybe you could say it allowed them to offer shares on the primary offering. So money that AMC gets to keep when they sell the shares. Yes, it did. They were able to get more for those primary listings. But beyond that, does the market cap of the company translate into anything that is actually tangible for the operating of the company? Well, they can repurchase shares at a higher price, I guess. But beyond that, I'm laying some stones here in the in the field to lead us out of this Ponzi scheme, so to speak. Anyway, Just things to think about. But at the end of the day, does it matter? No. You can make money. If you want to, you can make money, but you can't say that, oh, we're trying to change the market, make it fair. How? No, you're trying to redefine basics, which you never learned to begin with. That's really what it is. This guy has no clue. So, yeah, sure, this is this and this is that. And there's so many bullish indicators. Where? Like on balance volume, OBV? We got to look at we got to look at Tony's explanation, but I got to keep going. It's
The
18
vote
minutes long.
is going to get turned to a no, and this thing will squeeze. And that's because people will need to reposition, and it's what the hedge funds need to
Listen
not
to
happen.
that.
Because if a 10-to-1
Oh,
reverse
jeez.
stock split is going to happen, I'm going to tell you the first thing it's going to do. It's going to get rid of all of these FTDs that we've been seeing. So if you look at the FTDs, they have been
What?
piling up absolutely
Again,
insane. And
here,
what will a 10?
what I say? People don't know what things are, so they interpret them as bullish. It's a big problem, really, and it's ignorance.
10-to-1 reverse stock split do? It will take away.
If anything, I would assume that it's not bullish. And then, okay, I need to prove that it is. Well, no, they don't take that
The
approach.
QSIP number and change it. And then it will get rid of all of these FTDs that are piling up, which could cause a massive price movement. It'll get rid of all of them, okay? So that is the issue with the 10-to-1 reverse stock split. It's a bad thing for a company that is look like a penny stock. It's a penny stock move. There's 110 reasons why you
Well,
don't want a reverse stock split.
yeah, but there's $4 worth of reasons why you should. And he obviously doesn't know that. And I have to admit, I didn't know what the exact dollar amount was, but we found it. We looked for the data, we found the data. Um, and we have it. We have the data. Yes, we have the data. Data zero, no data, zero data. But here it is in black and white. Minimum share price. All other listings, or wait a minute. We're on the wrong one here. Financial all other listings, minimum share price, $4. So there is a very practical reason why this matters. But of course, he wants you to vote no for it because he thinks that it will be bad. Um, wait until it's delisted. You would have wished that you could have cashed out at 418. And was that 420, 422, whatever. Oh my God, it's a MOAS, 18 to 22.
And there's I know people, you guys can think what you want, but these are just my personal opinions, and these are the facts that I believe, and this is just is what it is. So Adam Aaron's not your friend. A reverse stock split is bad, okay? So until we get this reverse stock split, it's going to
It's
keep
not bad
trending
if it
down,
protects the
okay?
company from
And
being taken off the
it can get
exchange.
converted to a yes or a no, and then we will squeeze, or you
But
can make.
see, AMC being delisted, that's the ultimate squeeze catalyst. Don't you see? Don't you see? It won't be long before we hear that. Quite frankly, at this rate,
Mining
if
off
he
the
gets what he
arbitrage
wants, sure.
trade like the hedge funds are going to do.
Chuck
But I'm going to tell you what.
said he thinks a lot of guys got stimulus checks like lucky. They quit their 9 to 5 thinking market was easy. And I think there were a lot of people who, lost. I was out for over 2 years. Is that right? Year and a half. About a year and a half. So I was unemployed for about a year and a half, starting in 2020. And I started trading a lot more, but I didn't have the delusion that I was not going to have to go back to work ever. I didn't have that delusion. And if you listen to the AMC grifters, you listen to the stock market grifters of the time, you might, yeah, I think that you're right. A lot of people did. They thought that the market was easy, and um, now they're red and broke and about to get smacked down for good. And you know, the thing is, it sounds like, I mean, I'm not saying it sounds like a shitty thing to say. Don't get me wrong. But some people will be like, well, you know, well, pouty about that. But that's just the reality. That's the reality of it. And again, this chart here, you know, you need, and I don't know how much of this is actually held in individuals' hands still. Some of it is, you know, according to JP Morgan last year, most of it still was. I doubt that. Um, but they didn't, you know, it was proprietary bank deposits data, so whatever. But um, this shit has got to go away. And, you know, I don't know, maybe it could be calculated, but the amount of money that's here still and in these stocks still, I don't know. I don't know. I took GameStop off my watch list. The amount of money that's held in overhead supply, well, it's a lot lower now. You know, but those losses haven't been realized. Let's see. Bad Back's replying to Indigenous, who says, why doesn't the exchange answer letters from the ape retail investors? And Bad Back says, it's not their job to educate the apes. Apes don't want to hear anything but what they want to hear. They don't care about reality or facts. They want it one way. And I'll finish it saying, they want it one way, but it's the other way. Um, so, I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I don't know what else I would add. It's not their job to educate them. The apes wouldn't listen anyway. You know, they don't need the stock exchange to answer them. You know, they need to seek out experienced market participants, which there are plenty of on YouTube, and or like get back to the basics. Um, they don't care about reality or facts. We're witnessing that in real time here with this video we're looking at, and they just want it the one way. Yep. Should I buy AMC around $4 or wait till it drops more? I don't want to miss the squeeze. No comment. Glad I started when the market sucks. I mean, there's something to be said for that. Trial by fire and learning so much more. Yeah. Bull markets, there's a lot of bull market geniuses out there. The one that comes to mind most prominently is something like ARK, Kathy Wood. So her fund is now at the same level, essentially, as it was during the COVID crash. And, you know, it's our opinion that you, so this is like the riskiest of the risky, essentially. Um, you do see some names that are back to earth. You see some of them that have come back to earth, but some of them haven't. And why is he trading Apple? Well, what does that look a lot like? Yeah, and you see this correlation because, you know, what do a lot of boomers do? They dump money into Apple. It's the original boomer meme stock. Okay, I'm not going to go on an Apple tangent, but might as well just take a look here. Okay, back to the
What's
bullshit.
going to happen? It will severely.
Oh, anyone remember when they were preaching AMC and negative beta? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a funny one. Negative beta. And to that we say, all right, negative beta. Yeah. Okay. Now, um, let me take these lines off here. Negative beta, negative beta, negative beta. Now we're looking at a weekly chart. Maybe we shouldn't. No, no. No negative beta. In fact, doesn't it say beta in the stats here somewhere? Maybe not on here. I guess not. I know some places it does. It'll actually calculate the beta. Or you can do like correlation coefficient, which is, oh, oops. So we want to compare it to AMC, compare the S&P to AMC, and it's going to calculate what is the strength of the correlation between these things. You know, so theoretically, then when the line is closer to 1 is a perfect correlation, 1 to 1, and -1 is an inverse correlation. So you can see it's basically most of the time it's varying degrees of positive correlation. Here's the game. This episode, right? Actually, yeah. So even when in the run in 21 run, it was in a period of increasing correlation with the market, and then the market started going up, and AMC started going down. That's what this is telling us. So we know which way this is going, and if it's a negative correlation, then AMC went the opposite way. But here it happened again. SPY ripped. This is going into the end of the year. It's the end of the year rally. Here, AMC went the opposite way. So, yeah, negative beta. AMC has negative alpha and positive beta. I like that one. That's a good one.
Hurt the squeeze, if not kill it, if this thing doesn't get overturned. That is just my personal opinion.
So
okay?
now it all comes down to the court case being overturned.
All of
okay.
the FTDs, the short interest, everything
all the
else,
FTDs.
we are good to go. So until the April 27th, I don't know what's going to happen, but this is what I'm looking at. So we're going to look at the technical analysis, but I want to show you guys 10 reasons why a short squeeze occurs, and I'm telling you, we have all 10 of these reasons, and this is why I'm holding until
that's
the
doubtful
end, okay? Because this play is far from over. We are getting close to the end.
So you can see why. I mean, I expect his subscribers to just jump. You know, and they probably, oh, well, he has a worse grade than I do, so there. I mean, he's gaining some subscribers. I don't know why he's not gaining more. Maybe the apes finally get it. This is not the right chart, though. This is not the right user. Not the right one. There we go. Oh, he has a better grade than me. There we go. There, that looks better. That looks like more like what I expected. Okay. See, I had the wrong data. I thought I had the right data. Looked at the data, realized I had the wrong data. Went out, looked for the right data, got the right data. Now I know I got the right data. Yes, right there. That's what you have to do. You can't be married to the idea that you're not wrong.
Because of max fear and max capitulation and everything
max
else,
fear,
definitely
max
getting close
capitulation.
to the end, but it's far from over because
thank God.
Now is going to be the hardest with the most FUD and the most things going on and the most division in the community. This is going to be the hardest time to get through, but if you get through it, you will see what I believe to be one of the biggest short squeezes ever. So as you guys can see,
Who's interested in your
hit
beliefs?
new lows before running
Really?
up. And I'm not saying we are the same as VDub. I am showing you
Here it
guys
is.
what happens when a stock hits
Ah,
2-week lows. A lot
here
of
it is.
bots in the comments
Here it
saying,
is.
"Oh,
I knew it would happen."
AMC's not like VDub because it was held 90% by institutions. Retail holds 90% of AMC. You guys. And let me show you 10 reasons why a short squeeze happens, okay? So your stock is trading near 52 weeks low.
Oh,
That's
God.
why getting to the low can be bullish, high short interest,
Getting
or
to the
short
lows, bullish.
volume. So, and this thing with the 52 weeks low,
High
the
short
stock's trading
volume.
near
Okay,
52
now we know whoever wrote
week
this
lows. You
article
need to
doesn't
investigate
understand short
why.
volume. Good.
Probably because the stock manipulation, and I don't know why Adam Aaron doesn't think that, but that's just another thing. But anyways, your stock is trading near 52-week lows. High short interest volume. Cost of borrowing rate keeps getting higher, which we have. Look at the cost of borrow rate. So if we look at the cost of borrow rate, it's skyrocketing. And then we had the sudden drop. Oh, wait, hold on. Sudden drop in cost of borrow is also a sign of a potential short squeeze on the horizon. And yes, we just said that cost of borrowing can seem to be initial indicating of a short squeeze, but lower cost of borrowing can be as well. You guys got to look
Did he
at
write
what's
this article?
going on. Strange behavior in the
Yeah,
in the
but
money
see,
call
it says
options.
there, but he
If you
doesn't. He's
look,
not going to read it. It depends on the timing. It depends on the timing, and I'm not gonna read all this here.
at AMC's call options chain, yeah, and this is indicative of what
Strange behavior of in the money call options. In the money call options. Okay. Naked calls. Okay. Right.
what? Oh, yeah. Okay, so yep, just upcoming major catalyst.
Yeah, he had nothing to say. He didn't read it, and he had nothing to say. This guy is so full of shit. And I'm making a prediction. He's going to become more prominent in this community because you have a bunch of other just total bullshit. I mean, not that this isn't total bullshit, but you have all these crappy uh, synthesized voice channels. You've got the regular retards. Frankie Muhammad is basically moving on back on to network marketing. He's moving back to network marketing. You got some of the old, like Keenan Grace. He's got too many subscribers. He can't. He's not. He doesn't have the sliver of conscience that Trey had. He doesn't give a fuck. He's a grifter. And some of these other clowns, but these are all low quality. Benji has 3 channels now, and you got 2 or 3 German channels. I mean, you got actually. What is this? Roger Garcia? Who's that? I don't know if I know who this is. We may have to look at this guy. I'll never get
If
through this video.
AMC doesn't have some of the biggest upcoming catalysts with the banks failing, with everything going on,
Well,
how apes predict
sorry to
all
burst
of these
your
things.
bubble, but yeah, banks failing. Again, we're looking at the FDIC failed bank list. This is the data that you refuse or don't know how to get. FDIC failed bank list. You got 2 entries this year. 2 entries. And it seems this weekend that a major crisis was averted with the Credit Suisse thing, except for the bondholders. So, no, another failed catalyst. Another failed catalyst. Add that to the
The
list.
market crashing, how the market crash could cause a squeeze.
Market crashing. Oh, really? Well, I mean, come on, dude. You're going to have to do better than this. And now I realize this video came out before the futures opened. But I mean, who thought that the market was going to tank on the futures opening today? Really? I mean, if anything, we're going to get a gap and crap here. This is going to keep grinding up. Maybe, who knows? I'm not going to place a scenario out there because it's too. I don't want to. I'm not saying manipulated, but it's just it's not based on any. This is not based on any reality. It's not. When you have this, situation and inflation at 6%, and you have this going on. Somebody's lying. Plain and simple. So we're not in a bullish phase. Anyway.
Sagan squeeze during the 2008 market crash. These types of drying up of liquidity
Totally different
events
scenario.
cause major squeezes. So there's so many reasons why AMC could squeeze, and we have other catalysts like bullish fundamentals improving. We also have things like the
bullish
we
fundamentals
have so
improving.
many reasons.
Popcorn.
The vote. All
Damn
of
it!
these
I didn't go
things are
get
reasons
popcorn today.
why
Fuck.
we could squeeze. So we have a ton of major catalysts. Stock is, this is the only thing we don't have. That's the only thing. Stock is trading near a huge discount to its competitors. Overwhelming sense that
the only thing you don't have, huh? Okay.
Something fishy is going.
It's almost like, I don't know, it's almost like it's the movie industry in general then, which, what are you going to do about that? Sabotage Netflix? Sabotage Paramount Plus?
Okay, so we have this
Probably.
absolutely the most out of everything. Everyone is very clear that there's a ton of manipulation on the stock, and that's why you need to not look at the price, not worry about the price.
Oh,
the price
okay.
is manipulated.
So then we're gonna
now
we're gonna move to technical analysis,
short
though.
Approaches zero.
I guarantee.
We see this all the time where the shares available to short, the shares available to short get very, very low or near low. We see this all the time. If we look at the short interest,
no, you don't.
They have about 70,000 now, but as you guys can see, they get very, very low sometimes. And
it is not. This table shows the number of shares AMC available to be shorted at a leading prime brokerage. It is not the total number of shares available to short, nor is it the short interest. Okay? So he's already saying, oh, look, yeah, well, it's 70,000 shares. But it says right there on the screen, above where you're directing people's attention to, this is what other people don't do. They don't pause videos. They don't read what's on the screen.
For interest, they have about 70,000 now, but as you guys can see, they get very, very low sometimes, and sometimes it even reads zero. But as of 1 day ago, they have about.
But it's not the total number of shares available to short. So why does it matter?
Investors are loading up. What have we seen recently with Ontario Capital and everything else? Yes, Ontario Capital did sell, but if you look at AMC's biggest holders,
oops, why'd you say that, idiot? There's a rumor going around that popcorn causes ED. Yeah, yikes. Wow, so I shouldn't wait for a dip and just bang, buy at any price. Well, I mean, why does it matter? You know, that's something we said at least last year, if not 2 years ago, is if you're so sure of the squeeze, and I had a comment somewhere that I found on one video, I'll find it here. I have it in screenshots, but yeah, if you have if you're so sure it's going to happen, then why do you care about buying at a good price? Doesn't matter. Here's a comment that encapsulates this idea here. So they would be stupid to allow AMC, of course it starts with they, would be stupid to allow AMC to fall to $10 or below. Those shares are going to get ate up so fast. They can push it down to 10 if they want to. Ya boy is going to throw some mad cash at it for real. I've been waiting on $10 a share. Who's the dumb money now? Well, you tell me. You know, that's a ridiculous notion to begin with. But where's $10 at? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, it's right here at this line. Make it real thick so people can't miss it. And I'll put it right at 10. There. So, yeah. Whoops. Yeah, sure. It sure looks like that held up. Yep. I mean,
are the key major institutional investors. And if you look at institutional ownership, which I've showed on this channel many, many times, they have been buying and holding and not selling. They have been buying since Q2 2022 and holding just like we have. So the next thing you need to know
they
is
haven't. No, they haven't. That's a false read. And, you know, I got to get through this
point
video.
to it. I did a great bracket video for AMC and talked about my brackets, but that is 10 signs that
I can't stand the way this guy talks. It's like he's retarded or something.
Coming and why we have all of the things that we need
Jesus
for
Christ. Go be
the
a
short
preacher or something.
squeeze, and you
That
cannot
level
tell
of
me the play is dead until it actually is. With something like 24,
boy, this guy's a stubborn motherfucker.
this thing could go absolutely insane. Okay, with 24% short interest, with the cost to borrow the way it is, everything else, the Fed delivers,
24%
and all of
cost to borrow at what it is, which, by the way, he showed cost to borrow and hyped it up. But I just want to go back and point out because I realized that I forgot to do this wherever it is. I think it's right here.
rate keeps getting higher, rising.
He shows, okay.
We have. Look at the cost.
Okay. He
Cost of
shows
borrow rate.
this.
So if we look at the cost of,
and the cost to borrow rate, I believe, is it's the line, that yellow line. It's down. That's the cost to borrow rate, right? Or is that the moving? No. Is that no, the price is the candles. Candle price. Or is the candle cost to borrow? No, I guess the candles cost, I don't know. I can't tell. But in any case, we know it's gone down. All right. Where I got to go back to where I was. Oh, so quit looking at the price. The price doesn't matter.
All of the things that we need for is short.
Zero proof.
Squeeze, and you cannot tell me the play is dead until it actually is. With something like 24,
I'm gonna tell you
this
it's dead.
thing could go absolutely insane.
What?
Okay, with 24% short interest, with the cost to borrow the way it is,
these guys cannot percent.
Delivers, and all of those
these
things.
These guys cannot percent.
Absolutely insane. So basically, like I was predicting for Ape,
516.
It's gonna keep
What's
trending down and basically get into this falling wedge until it pops out. But you could make money off the arbitrage trade, like the hedge funds are going to do.
Like the hedge funds are going. You know who else does that? The fucking creative investor. Can't stand it.
Potential bear.
Learn how to talk.
So I want to talk about the technical analysis on AMC very, very specifically on this part of the video and wrap it up with that. So
you're talking about 123 million shares sold short. 123 million. Let's just look here for just a quick moment. Weekly candles. The weekly candle of the past week on AMC includes a volume figure of 172 million shares. Total short interest is 20, I mean, based on the 24%, is 123.8 million. This week of the February 27th, the volume was 339 million. Do you see what I'm getting at here? 123 million? How would that cause a massive squeeze? This is why the apes created the concept of synthetic shares and naked shorts, because 125 million shares that's okay. Yeah, you might get up to wherever this got up to. What was the volume here? 412 million. Okay, and I know I'm talking about the short interest, and I'm looking at total volume for a week. I understand that, but you see where I'm going with this. If all the shorts covered tomorrow, how much? I mean, first of all, but if the short interest was eliminated by this coming Friday, how much of a rise are you talking about? How much of a rise in price are you talking about, especially as when we see these pumps and dumps happen, over the period of a few days? Yeah, some of that overhead supply is going to come out because they're trying to get any money back they can. I mean, that's why I say, haven't said it in a while, I'll say it now. This shit debunks itself. He's debunking the MOAS in real time here. I don't have to do shit.
The only reason that I just kind of blew over Ape, first of all, I'm saying is because it's basically going to keep trending down until,
the piece of shit.
Because they're going to keep shorting this thing to heck. And it's just going to get manipulated and more manipulated and more manipulated and more manipulated. And that's just the facts of things. I just want everyone to be very clear on the facts with this video and where I stand on this video.
The one fact, the first time he said fact, is that ape is going to keep getting manipulated. Okay.
I hold ape, and I am not selling my ape because that is a 100% way you can get paid, and ape is definitely going to make.
That's not what he said back here. I plan to make money from the ape. Oh, never mind. Okay, he's going to wait. All right.
Sideways, which I'm hoping we do consolidate sideways. We need to we'll know by Monday or Tuesday what's going on with this, but we consolidate sideways. Hopefully throughout the week.
Another fucking little.
The week around.
They can't get away from this pattern.
That is what I'm looking at for my price prediction. I did mention that in my last video, $4 to $5, because we can see that max pain is at $4 or $5. And I do see in the comments that people are giving up, people are capitulating, people have max fear, and that lets me know that it's time to buy more and time to get in. They are going to shake the last of the paper hands out.
This is like anti-contrarianism,
up, in my personal opinion. I think once we get near that $3 and $3 range, this thing will take off and squeeze.
Makes no sense.
Is not necessary for a short squeeze. In fact, short squeeze don't normally happen like this, where the stock just runs up. Normally there's a large dip, which is a spring before the run up. And
the spring, right? Haven't heard the spring lately either.
Compressing it down. It's like a spring.
That's the spring.
Wyckoff, they have the spring.
Wyckoff.
And it pushes it up to.
Wyckoff doesn't talk about fucking short squeezes.
Highs.
Fucking dildo.
And that is what I think is going to happen based on the technical analysis with AMC. If we look at the Bollinger Bands, you guys can see that they are getting very, very tight on the smaller time frame, which is indicative of a large move coming. As you guys can see, they got tight right here. Large move came. And this can work for the up or downside. As you guys can see, they squeezed tight right here.
I don't know, bad back.
So we had up. We went this bull flag type formation. If you drew two lines, you'd see the bull flag.
If you drew two lines,
to the upside,
that should be a song.
The same thing happening here, but this is a bearish formation, and that's why I think
hello,
we have
ChatGPT.
more downside coming. But again, trading near 52 weeks lows is not necessarily a bad thing. We also can check out the super trend, and the super trend is going to show us that it is still on a
super trend
all the way down to the smaller time frames, even on the 1 and 2 hour time frame. Now, I don't really like to use the 1 or 2 hour time frame because it gives you a lot of noise, but the 2 hour time frame is pretty decent, and the 4 hour time frame is really decent. And as you guys can see, 4 hour time frame is still on that sell signal, so we are not yet in.
Yes, this right here. The main problem with this crowd is that they are all desperate to become billionaires overnight with a tiny investment, but life generally doesn't work that way. Yes. They don't realize that. They think that they can shortcut to generational wealth. And yeah, that's unrealistic. It's unrealistic. The idea was planted in their head at a time, maybe we could say, that a lot of shit was going on. And I'm not dismissing, I'm not trying to, equivocate or justify the belief. Just trying to understand it. But it's like a trauma thing, okay? It's like there was trauma and something happened, and now all of a sudden they like mint chocolate chip ice cream and they are obsessed with it and they have to eat it every day. Random example. But these things happen. Usually the resolution, I think, is in psychiatry or psychotherapy or some type of professional assistance. Sometimes things can get out of control. So, I don't know where the belief came from or why really, or why it took such firm root. But yeah, I mean, if you interact with anybody who's successful, wealthy, whatever your definition of success is, they're not going to tell you it happened overnight. Doesn't matter if that that means I want to be the best piano player. I want to be the best golfer. I want to have $1 trillion. Any of that stuff. It just doesn't happen that way. And when it does, like in terms of quote unquote wealth, money, like in the case of a lottery, you tell me what happens most of the time when people win the lottery. I mean, there's three outcomes basically. Sometimes people, you never hear about them again, but usually what tends to happen is people lose all the money, they go crazy, they get stolen from them, or they get murdered. They end up dead. So, I've never wanted that approach. Never, it's just not prudent. It's not the way things work. It's stupid, and it usually ends one way or another in massive amounts of pain and suffering, and not just for the person, but for their family and people around them. And that's, if anything, if there's any empathy that is going to come from this channel, it's going to be from those innocent victims of these foolish investors, degenerate gamblers, whatever you want to call them, get rich quickers. Is that they have people that are affected by this who didn't choose this. They didn't. They're it's not their thing. And I'm mainly thinking about the children, the pets, you know, the elderly parents who are being neglected because of so much money tied up in this thing. That's unfortunate, but that's, I guess, the way the cookie crumbles. But it's incredibly selfish and foolish, and what can you say? But I like that comment. When your stock drops 95% from all-time highs, it is not bullish in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
In that move to the upside, we could either consolidate sideways and end around $4 or $5, or break this bull flag, bear flag, get pushed to the downside, get the bounce, and then move up to about the $4 or $5 range, where I think we're going to close this week. But again, we could see a low of $3 or $3.50, but I don't think we're going to close there. I think we're going to be holding this $4 range as support, and that is just my personal opinion. But remember, you guys have to remember that the stock price is manipulated, and there are many things happening right now to shake you out and scare you.
Shake you out. There it is. So the stock price is manipulated, but you're sure that there's going to be a massive squeeze. That makes no sense. That's a contradiction.
Capitulate.
Keep going.
So guys, this is basically the video. Like I said, 10 reasons why a short squeeze can occur. These are like the main reasons, and we also have so many other bullish metrics.
Yeah, those are shit reasons too, by the way. I didn't even hammer that article that much.
With the synthetics, with naked shorting,
but you
with
could.
Everything else going on in the background.
Here's the litany of bullshit.
Is over until it's actually over, because
yeah, we get it. You're a stubborn fuck who has no clue, just like most of the other ones, but for some reason, this guy particularly irks me. Was it the, Apple broke the top, touched the top of the bull flag, so it's going to go to 160 next week. That's part of it, but it's just a continual line of bullshit from idiots like this. Holy fucking shit. Okay, that's over. I cannot. That was rough. Okay. Lottery stocks coming in here. He's another one. He's another one of these younger bulldog type grifters.
Liquidity is provided to crypto or forex brokers by broker liquidity providers. Liquidity providers are market brokers or organizations that operate as professional market makers, executing currency transactions on both sides. Numerous market players, including central banks, large commercial and investment banks, hedge funds, foreign investment managers, crypto and forex brokers, retail traders, and high net worth individuals contribute liquidity to the financial market.
Somebody's learning about liquidity.
Well, now we have a coordinated central bank action to enhance provision of US dollar liquidity. Bank of Canada, Bank of England, Bank of Japan, European Central Bank.
Oh my God, how dare they? How dare they?
Federal Reserve, Swiss National Bank are today announcing a coordinated action to enhance provision of liquidity via standing US dollar liquidity swap line agreements. Daily operations will commence on Monday and will continue at least through the end of April. To improve the swap line's effectiveness in providing US dollar funding, the central banks currently offering US dollar operations have agreed to increase the frequency of 7-day maturity operations from weekly to daily. Enhancing swap lines like this is a sure sign that the stability concerns are heightened. Opening the taps is a step back for the tightening cycle. What is going on, guys? RTY Stocks here. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to the channel. If you're new, sorry for a late video, but make sure to watch this before Monday, before market open, and make sure to share the video. All I ask you guys to do is stay till the end because we have a lot of stuff to go over. Please hit the like button. It's free, and subscribe to the channel. Let's get into it. For all of the various reasons that have led us to this lethal juncture, central banks are now doing the exact opposite of what they did in 2008. They are tightening into a burgeoning credit crisis, which means we have entered doing
Where's this from?
Let's get into it.
Wall Street silver. Great. Going to convince us to buy silver coins.
All of the various reasons that have led us into a burgeoning credit crisis, which means we have entered the most lethal financial crisis since 1930. And just in, Fed Chair Jerome Powell and Janet Yellen says U.S. banks' capital and liquidity are strong. But guess what? They are lying to you. Guys, we have the Federal Reserve meeting come Monday, the FOMC meeting, and they are either going to raise...
No, the meeting is Tuesday.
...or cut rates by a certain percentage. You let me know what...
And they'll announce the decision on Wednesday.
That percentage is going to be down below. Not only is this likely to slaughter the S&P 500 or slaughter the overall market in general, so is this enhancing swap lines through all of these banks. Like this article says, this is a sure sign that the stability concerns are heightened. Therefore, you have a ton of uncertainty in the market. And on top of that, you have Fed Jerome Powell and Janet Yellen.
You just read it. How do you know that?
To everybody saying that everything's fine, everything's good. Same with Silicon Valley Bank saying everything's fine, everything's good. They crumbled just like Lehman Brothers in 2008. And now essentially this post on Twitter, shout out to Wall Street Silv on Twitter, posting this is the most lethal financial crisis since 1930. Now, is this going to be worse than 2008? Speaking of 2008, if we take a look at the S&P 500, notice the 2008 overlaid in gray on top of the S&P 500. From the peak, which is right where the S&P 500 peaked, to where we're trading at now is basically where the SPY would have a very, very hard crash to the downside, and that is exactly what I think we are going to see come next week. The S&P 500 is going to tank very, very hard, and I do plan on playing this thing to the downside, playing puts on certain stocks and playing puts on the S&P 500 in general. I also think that the volatility index, ticker symbol VIX, the VIX, is going to have a major spike as the SPY starts to tank. Now, notice what the banks are doing, the Federal Reserve is doing. They are attempting to spite everything that is happening, all of the negative effects, and they are just going to throw more negative stuff on top, assuming it's going to disappear. That is not what's going to happen. That can't happen, right? You have to face the problems the way they are. And in my opinion, the SPY is going to break to the lowest lows that we have ever seen.
What? You have to face the problems the way they are? Okay, so now we've got like selective... What? Why don't you do that with AMC then? You can't do that. But yeah, okay.
Not only,
but because he's still, this guy, from what it seems here, he is of the market crash will cause MOAS persuasion. Because he sounds like he wants the market to go down. He thinks that that will cause the squeeze.
That starting this down,
and he's parlaying it into this other macroeconomic talk.
You're seeing a ton of volume pickup on the S&P 500, so just keep that in the back of your head. We're currently trading at 389.99, so basically 399. I'm watching for a break below 388 right come Monday, and maybe a potential hold at 381 or 375, but I do think there's a ton of uncertainty.
So market's going to be bullish next week. I stand corrected. We got to go inverse grifter.
Some bad stuff happening within the overall market. Touching on AMC's chart really quick. AMC is trading in this channel. There's not much to say about it. I think if the SPY dumps, AMC is going to...
Cool. I agree. Not much to say about it. All right. We didn't hear from Lou today. We already heard from Frank. We already heard about the about Ken Griffin making $4.1 billion. So let's cap this video off with Frankie Mohammed talking about Adam Aaron. That's always a good time. Yeah, I think if I had to at this point, I think they're gonna. I think they, meaning the market, Wall Street, the powers that be, are going to. I think they're going to create max confusion this week. So, you know, I'm not gonna get myself committed to anything really heavy. I think it's a great opportunity to just to confuse the hell out of people. But ultimately, it's clear that the tightening has to continue. They got to get this money out of the system. Inflation's not going down. It has to. All right, we'll end with strongman. So we'll do Frankie talking about Adam Aaron, and then we'll end with strongman, which is now Christopher
What's up,
Allendale,
this Frankie, man? Let me say I'm not a
CGFP.
financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion. May not necessarily be factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I say in this video.
Got it.
Shout out to Donahue George, on the last video that he did.
What?
He was talking about, man, how Wall Street Journal, they did an article and they said by, retail investors voting yes on those proposals, it worked in the best interest of hedge funds. Man, look, all it takes is common sense to be able to see, man, that the yes votes on those proposals was not designed to work in the best interest of retail investors. Although people voted for it, it doesn't matter if they voted yes. Still, when it's all said and done, anybody with any type of common sense can see that those proposals were not designed to work in the best interest of retail investors. They worked in the best interest.
If I were getting paid to do this, I mean, that would be a dream job. That would be, I mean, and I know that would never happen because of that, basically. But yeah, I mean, paid shill. I mean, and that's honestly, that's the nicest thing that anyone has ever called me, one of these clowns. I mean, usually I just looked at a comment last night, actually, on one of the other streams. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But yeah, it was not as flattering. To be brutally honest, it was, let's see, where is it? Hilarious. Thanks, Chris. See ya. Oh, they responded to me. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. So it was on yesterday's stream. Nobody cares what you think, Scott. You're a miserable know-nothing clown. And I said, thanks. And I said, anytime, goof. Anytime. I mean, that's not that bad, but, being called a paid shill probably stings a little bit less. But I mean, that's that's it. That's essentially it. Know nothing clown. Nobody cares. Right.
Just
They
a
do care
hedge
about
funds and
Frankie.
short sellers. It's just that simple. It was not meant for us. But look, some of the retail investors, some of those that have unconditional love for Adam Aaron, not all of them ask this question, but some of them say,
You mean the love that a mother has for their child? If I remember correctly, he used that analogy.
Why don't you sell your shares? Why if you think Adam Aaron is a dirty CEO, which I think he is in my opinion.
It sounds like he's going back to the AMC grift. He maybe is second guessing going back to network marketing. I don't know. We're early in the video though. This is 1.5 minutes into a 13-minute video.
And if you hate Adam Aaron,
by the way, he just said that he doesn't like Adam Aaron, and if you don't like Adam Aaron, you should sell your shares. Did he sell his shares then? I don't know.
Why don't you just go ahead and sell your shares? Why you staying in the stock? So let me kind of answer that question. First of all, you got some people that's investing in AMC simply because of the fact that this is a short squeeze play. So let's stop acting stupid.
Right.
It's a short squeeze play. Got nothing to do with the CEO. Stupid. It's a short squeeze play. It's a money play for them. They not attached to the CEO. They not attached to the company. They can care less about all that. It's a money play for them. So if those type of people, in essence,
well, it's not a money play for the apes.
That's what they waiting on. So the people, man, that's just waiting on a payout, not attached to the CEO, they not attached to the company. They just waiting on their money. Those type of people, man, if they see the CEO doing something unethical, they see that the CEO making poor management decisions, if they see the CEO trying to take advantage of them, trying to take advantage of the stock, the shareholders. If they see, man, they money being threatened, those type of people are going to speak out against Adam Aaron if he's doing wrong because they don't worship Adam Aaron. So they're going to speak out. Then you got some retail investors, they live their life by a set of principles. One of the principles is probably, man, they don't take a loss on their stock. If that's the last result for them. If they have to be patient.
That's the worst. That's the worst. What? No, you should take a loss early and get the fuck out. Oh my God.
And deal with a CEO that they think that they hate, that's dirty. They'll deal with that for a little while before they actually take a loss on the stock. So if the CEO is doing something wrong, they'll speak out against it because they're not worshiping him. They just waiting because they don't want to take a loss on the stock. And for most of us, for most of the people that's in this stock, most of the people in this stock, they dealing with a dirty CEO, in my opinion, and a CEO that they don't like because they are trapped in the stock. See, because of the way this stock has been managed by Adam Aaron, the way that it's been managed by the powers that be, in my opinion, by the devil, in my opinion, the stock.
Did I say powers that be? I meant powers to be. Oops.
It's been managed to a point to where people are trapped in the play. And see, a lot of people didn't really find out. Some people knew, and some of us just refused to listen. You know, that's why I like the analogy that Lou versus Wall Street, you know, he used that sometime, man, before you can actually train people and get people to really feel you because they think they know so much, like if they boxing, you have to let them go in the ring and get their ass whooped. Then once they get their ass whooped,
you don't say
that it ain't what they thought it was, then they
really don't say.
Listen to you better. See, then they feel like, okay, let me listen to him. I need him. See, a lot of people, man, didn't really understand, didn't want to listen to what people were saying about Adam Aaron until we just got our ass whooped. See, by him. See, a lot of people didn't really find out, man, in my opinion, how wicked he is.
But
I had dirty Adam Aaron.
When it comes to AMC, that does not apply. Doesn't apply. You're not wrong about that. Okay.
In my opinion, until they got trapped in the stock. Once they found, he know that. He know we trapped in the stock. So a lot of people, man, he flexed once we were trapped in the stock. He knew we couldn't get it. They managed in the stock. So he knew we was trapped. So he went ahead and did the little shit that he wanted to do after he found out we were trapped in the stock. But now, man, people see how he is. You see what I'm saying? And all people doing, they simply waiting on a way to get out of the stock and also either to break even or to make a little money. That's all they waiting on.
That's all they're waiting on, huh? Well, it sounds like overhead supply to me. Did Frankie discover overhead supply? If he did, he will say it.
Once people get the opportunity to get out of this stock, trust.
If you know about something like overhead supply, I would be 9 times out of 10, I'd say you're probably going to mention what it's called. So I mean, maybe you know, I don't know, maybe some anonymous hedgie could contact Frankie Muhammad and, you know, put the birdie in, whisper in his ear that, you talked about overhead supply in your last video, well, second to last video. And I just want to let you know, I'm happy that you are, maybe aligning yourself with a more sensible approach. You've learned some things and you should explore that more. And, I have no connection to AMC. My hedge fund is not shorting AMC. We're not long AMC. Yes, I am a hedgie, but we make a lot of money, don't we? Hedgies? Yeah. So you just got your ass kicked, right? Yeah. Yeah, we did. So you should listen to me, right? Yeah. Yes, I should.
Trust me, man.
I'm just saying, that could happen.
They're gonna leave in the masses. And those people that love him so much, and they got all this this unconditional love for Adam Aaron, you're gonna be able, man, to have him all to yourself. You can have him. You'll be able to have him. But see, here's the thing. Until that happens, you're gonna have people that if their money is not being treated right, if the stock is not being treated right, they're gonna speak out. It doesn't matter if Adam Aaron if our CEO is doing something to mess with their investment of their money. If a 1% is doing something to mess with their investment in money, people gonna say something about it. And see, for me, as far as Adam Aaron is concerned, my personal opinion, I question Adam Aaron's integrity. I question his character. See, all that suspect when it comes to me. And you know why? I listened to this man. He looked another man in the eye, and he called that man a liar. Even, man, when he knew that man wasn't lying, he looked him in the eye, and he called that man a liar. He told that man, it's no synthetic shares in AMC. We all know what the business is when it comes to AMC and synthetic shares and these 1%. He looked that man in the eye, and he called that man a liar. He didn't tell that man, said, look, you know what? We still looking into that right now as far as the synthetic shares. I really don't want to make a lot of comments on it. We still looking into it. He didn't say, yeah, it may be synthetic shares, you know, but from the same perspective, it's not enough for us to really deal with right now. No, he said any of that. He looked that man in the eye, and he said, man, if you're saying that it's synthetic shares in AMC, you are a liar. That's what he called him. All because of the fact that he's.
And we applaud Adam Aaron for saying that, you know, because I'm sure he's getting frustrated with this nonsense too. Excuse me.
He don't have enough heart to address what's going on.
Heart.
As far as the synthetic shares or somebody pressuring him.
Why are you talking about heart? This is the stock market. There's no place for heart here.
He rather, man, not own what type of person he is. He rather call another man.
This is the one place you can be an antisocial psychopath and do well.
So for me, man, I don't have any respect for him. Right there in the end, man, that told me after all the stuff that he's done, the corruption over the past 2 years, after everything that he's done, right there at the end, man, that interview that he had, that let me know what type of person, man, he is. You see what I'm saying? In my opinion, Adam Aaron, man, he's a liar. In my opinion, he's never going to do anything about the corruption that's going on in AMC. He's never going to do anything about that. And third, in my opinion, he has no remorse, no sympathy, no empathy for the billions of dollars that retail investors have probably lost, in my opinion, over the past 2 years because of the.
But where did that money go? That money didn't go to him. I mean, it went. Some of it did, absolutely, but not most of it. It didn't go to AMC, except for the, you know, small. Well, except for the shares that were issued. So but that's the market. That's trading. You know, what are you going to do? Why are the futures ripping? Oh, because there's a lot of people who are confused, probably, about what's going on. I don't know. Sunday nights, not really an indication of the week necessarily, but I mean, I can see the 10-year is tanking. The yield's going up. See if we got the DXY on here yet. Nope. VIX is down. So, yeah, I don't claim to know, but we'll see.
Corruption in the stock. He don't, you know, he has no type of remorse for that. And see, from what I've seen when it comes to Adam Aaron, he has really never worked in the best interest of the shareholders and retail investors. All he's done, man, is worked in the best interest of 1% and helped them get rich. You see what I'm saying? And not only did he help them get,
he helped the 1%ers get rich. Again, going by the logic that has caused the rally to begin in the first place, the assumption that the Fed is going to stop, it's going to pause or cut because of the banking crisis. Now the banking crisis is being resolved, then that's also going to be a bullish catalyst. And it very well could be, because at the end of the day, okay, this is not based on anything. And what I mean is, it doesn't matter. The market can go up and down independent of company valuations and fair value. So you have to, you know, you have a market. I'm not talking about, not saying manipulation. I'm just saying activity. So you can have a market that is irrational. You can have a market that is trading at levels it should not be trading at. People are making money. There's no sheriff that's going to come in and say, "Hey guys, what the hell?" I mean, that the closest, I guess, is Jerome Powell, but he likes to talk about how they're making progress, which just amplifies the problem. So, I don't know.
Get rich, he want to take all our shares. So, man, for me, that's unacceptable. And I'm going to close on this note. Look, our short squeeze play and our stock would have been in a better position. We'll be doing a whole lot better if a lot of retail investors would not have started worshiping Adam Aaron and trying to make Adam Aaron man to be their high priest. If we would have just kept this whole thing business-like, kept everything business, you see what I'm saying? And understand that Adam Aaron is just simply a rich business person instead of trying to worship him. And when Adam Aaron,
there's been no Godfather moments yet.
Didn't match up with his words. When he was talking and tweeting, but his actions was not matching up with that, we should have held Adam Aaron accountable. We should have
held the grifters accountable
instead of worshiping him. We should understand, man, that he's just a rich businessman. And see, 1%ers like Shaquille O'Neal or Kobe Bryant or something like that. Those guys, man, become rich billionaire 1%ers because of their work ethics, what they bring to the table, their skill set. See, they become billionaires that way.
Yep.
But these hedge funds, in my opinion, these short sellers, people like Adam Aaron, man, they live their life by a set of principles. All of them, they got a set of principles. They live their life by. Trust me, if you was in a circle, they all have probably the same mindset and the same ideology. Those people, man, they claim they know Adam Aaron. They never sat down with Adam Aaron and asked him, man, what is his principles like as far as when it comes to doing business? They don't know what his principles like. They never asked him. They never had a conversation with him. They simply, man, shook his hand and smiled with him, and they thought that was enough. They never talked with him, man, about what his principles are as far as, man, becoming a 1%er. And trust me, man, they live their life by a set of principles where they don't care about right or wrong if they can get away with it, in my opinion. They don't care about people. The only thing they care about, man,
the
is getting money,
1%ers
man, any way they can.
care about is getting money any way they can. That's what he said. I mean, I love this. It's like whitewashing of, I mean, is that, I mean, and on some level, yeah, sure, he's right, but that's the way things are. I mean, we need people that will start businesses that employ people, for example. Does he have a problem with that? So I just don't get this argument. It's very juvenile. It's very, passive aggressive and just bitter. Like you're blaming somebody else for your lack of action. Somebody who, whether you like what they do or not, they're successful. Sitting around bashing that really doesn't have any purpose. You're putting your energy into something that is not fruitful. You are one of the types of stupid that we went over in that chart, the 5 kinds of stupidity. I forget which one, but yeah, you're fucking over other people and you're fucking over yourself. I think that's stupid. I think that was just a plain old you tick both boxes for stupid there. Like, what are you achieving by doing this? And it's ignorant anyway. Yeah, I hate the owner of the company that I work for because he's rich, because he only cares about making money for himself. I don't get it. Very narrow-minded view.
By a person like Adam Aaron. And
okay, it's fucking stupid. This is retarded.
Short squeeze play. And I'm going to say this, man, like I said again, man, as I close. Look here, man. Like I was saying with Donahue George and him talking about what the Wall
that's
Street
a winner.
Journal, talking about, those proposals being working in the best interest of hedge funds.
Wall Street Journal
everybody know that.
Should not be available to Donahue George.
Just look at this now. If you look at YouTube, you can see the people that were pushing that yes shit. They ain't even on YouTube that much. You don't even hear from them. You don't see them on YouTube. You don't see them doing a lot. All of them, man, that or they ain't even talking about this shit. See what I'm saying? They getting people, man, fucked out their money, and you don't even hear from them. And trust me, man, when I tell you, after this reverse stock split, when people get fucked over and they get screwed, or especially 4 or 5 months after reverse stock split, if the court don't save our ass and protect us from ourselves,
I hope that the court saves their ass.
Trust me.
And it burns their ass. That's what I hope. I hope the judge says, you know what? No, this vote cannot go through. It was basically rigged. It was basically fixed. There never was a choice. These people had no say. They got screwed. No, you can't do it. And the stock tanks and gets delisted. That's some fucking poetic justice, in my opinion. That's, oh man. I mean, I don't know if it'll happen or not. I have no idea. I could see it going either way, but that would be, oh, because he's so fired up right now. I mean, listen to how fired up he is.
4 or 5 months after reverse stock split, if the court don't save our ass and protect us from ourselves and tell them no, yes, shit ain't working. Trust me, man, those people, just like you ain't seeing them now on YouTube, you don't hear shit from them, you barely see them, it's gonna be the same way, man, their ass gonna be gone. All them people talking about, man, they go down the hand through the reverse stock split. They gonna be in the play. I'm telling you, man, in my opinion, their ass gonna be gone. You're not gonna see their ass on YouTube. Their ass probably gonna be on Twitter. Wait till people lose their money. You ain't gonna hear from them.
Well, haven't they already done that?
Watch this video. Have a nice day.
Haven't they already done that? They haven't lost their money yet? How is that possible? I mean, obviously.
Woo, baby. I have never in my entire life imagined that I would meet people as insanely stupid as AMC stock investors.
This is a good one to end on.
I call them stupid. That is an apt way to describe their behavior. Imagine if you kept doing something and it kept backfiring on you over and over and over again. And then you just kept doing it more and more and more and more. And you blamed everybody but yourself and the massive clouds, which we're going to talk about, that convinced you to do the stupid thing that you did. Well, in this scenario, the stupid thing was investing in a dying theater company and listening to a bunch of clowns like Matt Kors, Trace Trades, and Keenan Grace, amongst other clowns, who told you that your stock was gonna moaz and you were gonna be a trillion gazillion madillionaire in 5 seconds, bro. You've lost probably 80% of your investment. Find me one AMC ape that is still holding, that is actually in the green. Find me one. I bet you they don't exist. But you know what you clowns do? You keep trying to cope, to try to explain away your sadness. You try to lash out at everybody else that apparently wronged you. You believe the world actually has karma, when in reality, you're connecting a random event to something that had absolutely nothing to do with AMC.
Here we go.
What are we talking about? Well, I was looking on the AMC stock subreddit.
Oh, boy.
I saw some very interesting stuff on there. You know, obviously, it's a place where a bunch of low IQ, room temperature IQ morons congregate. I get
right here.
It. Everybody's got to hang out somewhere. You got to be social.
Right.
A lot of people like to go to AMC stock or AMC stock. But they were particularly annoying this time. I was very, very upset with what I was seeing.
Credit Susie.
I was so upset, as a matter of fact, that I dropped everything. I had my daughter, I dropped her. Had my son, I dropped him. I dropped everything right at that moment, and I ran down to my computer, sat down, and I put this video on live because I had to talk about this. And no, I didn't actually drop my kids, okay? You were the clowns that got dropped.
Dropped them off at the babysitter.
Because I had to talk about this. Let's see. What could the AMC clowns be saying now? This is going to blow your mind. I mean, obviously, if you've been watching my videos enough, you know these people are some of the most despicable, disgusting, slow, idiotic people you'll ever meet in your entire life. Like, I've never seen a movement attract a more diverse group of disgusting scumbags,
desperate losers and criminals. Not even joking.
I love this.
What are they saying?
This is what we were saying in 2021, the second half, that got my first channel deleted. Quite frankly, I'm guessing. I don't know why I got deleted, but anyway, yeah, this fervor, this this level of insulting. I mean, and it's all deserved, but I just value things a little differently now.
Well, if you go to the
This is great to see, though.
stock subreddit,
this is fantastic.
Oh, that's interesting. The first post, the top post, it's got 1.5K bananas. AMC8, get it? Bananas. Just a gentle reminder that Credit Suisse, the second largest Swiss bank, recently put out a price target for AMC at 95 cents per share. Seems reasonable to me. They're very likely to be liquidated at 27 cents per share. Never bet against the apes. This is the top post on our AMC stock. Are you effing serious? This is what AMC stock people are getting upset about or celebrating now because they're such clowns and they've lost so much money.
Well, they are going to be upset when they realize that
did good due diligence and recognize that AMC is a dying theater company and a clownish pump and dump that was perpetuated by a bunch of degenerate scammers was actually a garbage stock. I would say 95 cents per share is probably too liberal. I would say 0 cents per share is actually a better approximation of where AMC is going to be in the next couple of years. But that's just my opinion, okay? Maybe AMC will survive in 10X and MOAS, and I'll look like an absolute moron, and all you will be on islands and yachts, and I'll just be here.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, right?
About how it's not fair, while the ape father chugs champagne and melted ice cream from McDonald's. So we have this post here.
Oh, he'll get 100 patty hamburger from Wendy's. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. He will have a cut of beef that's like, feet in measurements.
The delusion is crazy. This is getting crazy. Banks will have an incentive to gamble 100% of their depositors' money. Blah, 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 blah. So there's multiple posts.
Margin calls.
Okay. Talking about Credit Suisse. Can
margin
you,
calls.
In your right mind, really believe that?
So they're mum about the Credit Suisse buyout, but I saw a flash by here.
Blah blah. So there's more
margin calls.
Banks will have an incentive to gamble 100% of their deposit.
Why can't I get it to
blah blah blah?
There
blah blah blah. So
margin calls.
There's multiple.
Credit Suisse's $17 billion of risky bonds are now worthless. Margin calls? Yes, it will cause margin calls on AMC. It will cause the AMC shorts to cover. That's the most solid thesis. Who could poke holes in that?
Multiple posts on here, okay? Talking about Credit Suisse. Can you, in your right mind, really believe that Credit Suisse, a large Swiss bank, collapsed because they dared go against the AMC apes? You AMC apes have no influence. You're a bunch of retail scrubs. You didn't do anything to change Wall Street. You didn't take anybody down. Okay, maybe you took down one little hedge fund. There's like thousands of them. You guys are laughing stock.
It wasn't even AMC. It was GameStop. It had no, yeah. Or maybe there was, but the one that I think he's talking about, and that was because of GameStop. AMC never had that crazy high short interest. It was never over 100%.
Everybody is laughing at you, including me. Now, here's another article. Credit Suisse says sell AMC. Predicts stock heads to 8.95 cents. Oh, Schadenfreude. Let's jump on Credit Suisse, okay? Let me explain to you absolute morons why Credit Suisse actually is in trouble. And guess what? It's not because they put a reasonable price target on your clownish gamble investment because you're such a desperate bunch of losers that you just had to put all your money in AMC stock because it was going to go to $100 trillion. Yeah?
It was the last opportunity to ever make money.
Credit Suisse.
Yep.
So here's a timeline. It's actually pretty nice, okay? Starting from the top, the chaos broke out following Credit Suisse's Tuesday announcement stating it found material weaknesses in its 2021 and 2022 financial reporting process. I covered this. They had a material weakness in their internal controls on financial reporting, not their financial statements, but on the internal controls on financial reporting. That was the first bad thing. Well, there are many other bad things that happened with Credit Suisse. That's a whole nother story we're not getting into, okay? A lot of scandals, a lot of drama with Credit Suisse. Then they had this material weakness come out from the auditors, okay? Then their biggest backer, the Saudi National Bank, said it won't buy any more shares of the bank. That's right. The Saudi National Bank said, hey, we own 10% of the company. That's the max we're going to own, okay? So material weaknesses, that's a bad thing. You don't want material weaknesses on internal control financial reporting. You don't want a major backer to say they're not going to give you more money in the case you need it, in case you need liquidity. And then on top of that, we had the collapse of Signature and Silicon Valley Bank that sent panic throughout the investor world as concern rose for Credit Suisse. Because the collapse of Signature and SVB was a signal trouble could spread to banks of a very large size. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anything in here about Credit Suisse saying AMC stock has a price target of 95 cents? God spoke from the heavens, and he took the side of the AMC apes, who are led by a bunch of losers and liars and scammers. And he said, AMC will have a MOAS. And if you speak against AMC, you will be punished, boy. I will send a lightning bolt right up your freaking you-know-what, boy. No, that's not what happened, okay? So you're all a bunch of clowns. Let's reiterate once again why you're a bunch of broke losers, okay? Number one, you listen to Trace Trage, a swarmy little dork that is such a coward that he deleted all of his AMC videos.
Delisted.
Then you have Matt Kors,
I think,
okay,
still.
massive clown, grew his channel off the back of AMC, shilling AMC, and now he barely talks about it. But of course, he mocks Janet Yellen. This massive clown mocks Janet Yellen, okay? He's got Gollum's face on Janet Yellen. Okay, yeah, an established, accomplished professional that was the chairman of the Federal Reserve. It was Secretary of the Treasury, all these sorts of accomplishments. And this dork that shilled a garbage stock that's gone down 95% is mocking her. Okay. And then you have, Trace Trades again, but I wanted to pull up Keenan Grace, okay? A bunch of freaking clowns. Credit Suisse is not down because of you. And if you're so sad and you're such a loser that Credit Suisse going under, a major global bank is going under, and you're celebrating that like that's a good thing, you're a moron, okay? I don't want Credit Suisse to go under. I don't want a bunch of banks around the world to collapse. And I especially don't want that because they did a legitimate, well-informed price target of a garbage stock. You clowns are delusional losers. What a bunch of dorks. All right, let's do some comments. Well, man, woo! I'm going to pump out more videos. VT versus VEQ2. It's time. Okay. Who's this clown? Where's strongman person? Who is that? MOAS tonight. The market's not even open. There's going to be a MOAS. Hey, strongman, I just got back from servicing trucker Doug. It was very painful, but not as painful as investing.
You guys know what I think of of red days? You know what I think of red days? This is what I think of red days. we freaking go to Kraken Kingdom on rips.
So Trey's videos are definitely still out there.
Now. Freaking bottoms up, man.
What do we think of red days? We drink our pain away.
Woo! What is
that
up,
should have been a red flag right there.
You know how it goes. I want to pass along a quick message, right? We've had a rough day and some rough, goings in terms of what's going on with AMC stock over the last couple of days. And I've seen a lot
June
of
4th,
fear and
2021.
The fun. That's all over Twitter, all over Reddit, all over the media, all that sort of stuff. And I think it's really important to come back to some.
Now, I don't know. We don't know if Trey had already taken profit at this point. But he sure is animated. Of course, he was always animated. Usually. This is before he had his eye condition, too.
Sort of grounding message, right?
He's in his shorts.
And what is that grounding message?
Trey before drugs.
It is the exact thing that brought together so many apes to believe in one singularity, one singular purpose, which was AMC stock, right? It's what brought you guys all to love and research and do due diligence and crunch numbers on a company. And it's simple, right? It's two things. It's your freaking why. I don't got to get into that anymore, right? You guys know what that is.
Your why.
The second thing is this.
Remember your why.
Fraudulence, corruption, malpractice. You're seeing it before your very eyes over the last 2 days.
Because
it's as simple
AMC went down from 72.
Ask yourself a simple question, right? Ask yourself about the 11 million shares that were sold into the market. You saw a $40 plummet, and the price started declining even before that article came out. $40 plummet off 11 million shares. Wanted to sell.
Oh, Trey trying to figure out
shares, and it drops
market mechanics.
It's an example. All of these sort of bots and the shills and the media and the bad press all coming out at the exact same time. All of these media sources trying to put apes against each other to doubt your conviction, to think this is over. They're not going to do it. They're not. That's as simple as it gets. I'll tell you right now, red days like this, every true change, everything worth fighting.
Listen to him talk about true change. Trey with a clean conscience. This has got to be right at the end of that period. I mean, yeah, god damn. Also, well, yeah. Trey going from an officer, imagine going from an officer in the military to an AMC grifter in hiding. I mean, seriously. Jesus Christ. What's the term? A fall from grace, maybe? Just slide into degeneracy. Yeah, that's profound.
Like this, every true change, everything worth fighting for comes with friction. That's ultimately what it comes down to.
Right. This is, and this is so interesting because we saw echoes of Trey in that Ants Trades guy, and now he's gone. He lived the Trey saga in a month. I see it in Data Zero. That's what I was going to say. Data Zero, basically he said, Trey just said, you're not going to shake the apes. It's not, whatever. Yep. Data Zero is now the torchbearer of Trey's grift. Congratulations, Zero Data. You have won the prize.
Mentally prepared for this as people, right? Not like the last 6 months, all the studying, right? We saw the January run up, the gamma squeeze, the mini short squeeze, right? Some of the shorts covered, not all of them did. We saw all of that price action and had 6 months to game plan for this, right? It had 6 months to mentally prepare, to do due diligence, to research, to crunch numbers, to figure out what the heck is going on. And now the apes understand essentially what this is. And you know what this is.
I
don't have to tell you. You already know it. You already know it. I guarantee you know it. And
what is it? What is it, Trey?
We have to, as retail investors, as apes, remember
that shot's starting to kick in.
Ape herd ape thing. This isn't an ape fight ape thing. This is hedge funds, institutions, media fighting the apes through the apes, trying to build cobas. That's as simple as it is. I can nearly guarantee you that's what's happening because we've seen it before. We've seen it before. Think about this, right? I got off the phone with Jim not too long ago, and Jim is BAM investor, in case you're curious. And
oh, yeah, I was going to say, you mean BAM? BAM! Got you again. Bam, got you again. Come on. Come on.
A beautiful example, and I think this is something definitely worth talking about.
One of the worst predictive models to ever have existed. Come on.
It's the idea of making you look silly. They thought the apes, the retail...
Not Akamai. No, that's an internet company. Anemoy. It doesn't roll off the same way. Anemoy.
Investors, these hedge funds, the media, the institutions, all these people that are freaking trying to slap down AMC stock, bankrupt them, bankrupt you, they want to make you look silly. They want to make you look silly, man.
How exactly does that bankrupt AMC? Traders trading AMC shares in the market between themselves. So exchanging money between themselves, essentially. I buy it, I give money to the market gives the money to you, you give the shares to the market gives the shares to me. How does that bankrupt AMC again? Well, yeah, of course, everybody knows that short sellers bankrupt companies. That's what they do. I guess maybe that's the good aspect of it being a Ponzi scheme.
And all of us, they want to make us all look silly.
They can't bankrupt the company.
We're proving them wrong, and that scares the shit out of them. You know? So 2 red days in a row, am I nervous?
This is fucking bad.
Get out of here. Now I'm not even a little bit nervous. In fact, this sort of
That is the bullshit from someone who sold and took profits. I will say, this motherfucker definitely took some profits at this point. He is a terrible fucking...
You know?
Grifter.
So 2 red days in a row, am I nervous? Come on, get out of here. Now I'm not even a little bit nervous. In fact, this sort of friction tells us that we're going in the right direction.
He is a psychopath.
You wouldn't see these sort of things happening across the media, across the board, if it didn't mean we were getting somewhere.
At this point, he was crazy.
The stock price wasn't getting close to a freaking critical velocity of Pluto. I'm telling you. I stand by.
It's funny he mentions Pluto. It's funny he mentioned Pluto because I happen to know, I have inside information. I don't even know if I should say this, that on Thursday, was it Thursday? Well, just look up Pluto Thursday.
Yet, we saw some gamma, we saw some FOMO, we haven't seen the squeeze. All of these shorts have not covered their positions.
So there you go. This is the grift of Trey right here. You have not seen, this is after, look, this is June 4th, 2021. And I just want to say, Trey's videos are still online. They are still here. He did not delete them. He delisted them, but they're still here. How did I find it? Search for playlists. Search and filter by playlist, and you'll find trades videos all over the place.
June squeeze. Have we seen?
Who says this video? Who says this channel doesn't provide value? That's value right there.
We saw some gamma. We saw some FOMO. We haven't seen the squeeze. All of these shorts have not covered their positions. That's as simple as it gets. They have not covered all of their positions. We know that there's malpractice, fraudulence,
malpractice,
bad things happening with the stock price that is outside of our control, right? But eventually that sort of shit gets cracked down on. The apes.
He's a lottery winner. He's a lottery winner. He doesn't need to be sued. You know, he'll suffer the fate of lottery winners. I think that's what happened. And it's even worse because he lied about it. He failed to disclose that to his audience. So they thought that he was still one of them. He wasn't one of them. He was lying. He was misrepresenting himself and his position. I mean, that's just like, you want to talk about a douchebag. You want to talk about a scoundrel. I mean, that's it. So I'm not worried about Trey. I think he's probably miserable. If he's not miserable, whatever. But yeah, I mean, and based on the trading he was doing before he left YouTube, I mean, he was sucking. He was sucking really bad. What was that? Was it Nvidia or was it I forget exactly, but Tesla maybe? There were some calls that he Yeah, I don't know. There was probably a lot. You know, that's what happens. So, really, in the scheme of things, I mean, the apes don't realize this, but maybe they will someday. They got lucky, actually, by not winning. I know it sounds odd, but this is going to be one of this if they make it, if they actually make it this, it will be. If they make it um, the best learning experience, it will be the best learning experience because, you look at the losses in the stock market like tuition, like you're learning something, like you shouldn't make this mistake again. It was a costly mistake. Uh, Trey is paying for that mistake, I think, in different ways than the apes are. But do I want to see what happened to Trey happen to anybody? No. I mean, this is a classic fall from grace. But the apes, however, they got spared. This is how they have to look at it. The apes are lucky. They are lucky. A lot of them are alive. Some of them wouldn't be alive. I have no doubt. So, I mean, they really need to start counting their blessings.
Are way stronger, way more intelligent, way better than they
could be, Manny. That makes sense.
Apes are. That's as simple as it gets. That's truly as simple as it gets, right? The fundamental reason we are invested in AMC stock, if you are invested in AMC stock, is for this particular moment. And we're in it right now. We're in that moment right now.
Really?
We're in the dip. We're in the shadow realm. We're in the deep trenches of some of the hard moments of this squeeze. We truly are. And the shorts are shitting their pants.
The shorts are shitting their pants. Yeah, okay, Trey. Well, I mean, the thing is, God damn, this is so bad.
Right now, we're in the dip. We're in the shadow realm. We're in the deep trenches of some of the hard moments of this squeeze.
Really? So here, right after it, this video was created on this day. Oops, on this day. On this day. The rose-colored line. You're in the dips. You're in the bowels of the squeeze. It's going to shoot up again more like it did here. See, it's a dip before the rip. That's what we're in. No. No, didn't turn out to be true. In fact, if these people thought that it was, and they held through this, and then they held through all this, and they held through this, and they held through all this, and so on, they faced the most fearful, the hardest situation. They held through all this, and they still, so you were brave, you weathered the storm, and you lost. So there's a lesson in there. There's probably a lot. Don't listen to somebody when they're telling you, if you just hold through this, you can just find the strength to get through this rough period. I guarantee you, baby, it's going to be better next time. She doesn't mean anything to me. I love you. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, fucking right. That is the one who ends up getting murdered. Just watch any true crime. Jesus.
We truly are.
That's an analogy for AMC. It's an analogy.
And the shorts are shit.
No advocate violence.
In their pants, I'll tell you.
Ape no fight ape or ape wife.
That easily, and how I know it is because they're trying to scare people out of their money. You look at the stock price, you can see they're trying to scare people out of their freaking money, and
there it is, bad back, shaking out the paper hands.
It's not going to work. It's just not. It's just freaking not going to work because the apes are so much better than they think they are. They think we are, right? It's as simple as it gets. I love.
So he's priming the pump here. Like, this is so insidious to have to say at this point. He may have taken profits, he may not have taken profits, but he's not telling anybody, hey, you know what? Look at your account. No, he's not. He wants this to continue. Maybe he thought it would go up, maybe he didn't. Who knows? Who cares? What he said, and then what we found out his actions were later on. We didn't find out that he sold anything until back here. How is this not securities fraud? I don't know, but I'm sure the SEC has bigger fish to fry. And in the scheme of things, that's probably true. Now, this is the worst shit. This is some grifting. This is what it was like to be an AMC YouTuber talking about this shit in 2021. Now, I hadn't started my channel yet. It was about a month, less than 2 months later. But I'll tell you, holy shit, there was no end to this grift then. And there really isn't now, but you see what we have now. It's a bunch of garbage. This is some real grifting. Ape Father held and is now down almost 200K on AMC. That is a lesson everyone should learn from. A lesson in strength, my friend. A lesson in how to persevere. Face the misfigured face of adversity. And keep trudging forward through the snow. Or a lesson in how not to invest. That's what I'm trying to say here, I guess, is that Gray told everyone that they were being brave. He's Mr. Army, Mr. I know what integrity is, Mr. We're fighting for market fairness. And people listened to it and they got screwed. And now Trey's gone. And he slithered away with some money. I mean, this point, maybe you wouldn't think that Trey was a total piece of shit at this point, June 4th, 2021. But the way things played out, he showed that he was a spineless little manipulator. And I miss busting Trey. I really do. I wish that he would come back and pump AMC again. Just for old time's sake. Can you do it, buddy?
I love being called an ape. I love being called dumb money. I love whatever picture they want to paint about how stupid we are. They can feel free to do so because I'm not going anywhere. And I think the majority of apes, freaking 99% of apes aren't going anywhere. That's as simple as it freaking gets, my friend. So if I have to leave you with any parting words to boost some hope, right? To make you think this is not all that she wrote, right? Think about.
So maybe he hadn't taken profits and he was starting to get nervous, wants to keep people in it. But yeah, the super chat and the views and all that shit. Who would want that to go away? If that was the squeeze, boom. Well, thanks for coming, folks. I hope you took profit and, let's go on to something else. Nope. Absolutely. Just, inexcusable. Really.
About
unbelievable.
Who you have to prove wrong. And think about the life and the lives you can change along the way.
That shot's kicking in.
You never know the impact that you're going to have on somebody until after it happens.
Well, what's the impact that you had on people, Trey? Let's get down to it. You're a fucking asshole. And it's people's decisions. It's their own decision. They bought the stock, not you. But providing fraudulent information, giving people the absolute opposite advice as what would be anything that anybody who has actually done this and has been successful would advise people to do. And because this was such a, I don't know what the word is, because this was such a cult-like ordeal from the beginning, it sort of almost went under the radar in a sense that, or the delusion was so great that people suspended their critical thinking, and even parents seemingly bought into this. Their kids convinced them to buy into it. There was a different spirit and energy then in 2021. So I think that accounts for a lot of this. But Holy shit, man. You turned out to be a total piece of shit. Yep.
It gets, right? I'm going to remember my why. I'm going to remember my old man. I'm going to remember the short sellers and the institutions and the hedge funds and the media that were betting against the apes and have for freaking decades and decades. And I'm going to prove every single one of those motherfuckers wrong. That's what I've got for this video. I'll be back here.
One could say that he did.
Place to live sometime in the next 20.
One could say that he achieved that. He proved him wrong. He profited, and left. So maybe he did. Well, I guess we have to do this one. Now I have to boost the audio of this by a lot. So I'm going to restart it once I get that configured.
If we were in a bearish triangle, if AMC was in a bearish setup, I would tell you we look fucking bearish.
And what I have to do, I'm just going to put this out there, but this will probably be the last video. It's a good one to end on. They're all good to end on, to be honest, but just I'm taking pains to do this here so that I remember. I have to turn this thing down. I have to turn this thing down.
Okay, but it's not. It is a falling, broadening, fucking.
If not, and I do decide to play anything else, look out. All right, so I'm leaving it up there.
Fucking control the stock price of AMC, guys. All that I can tell you is what the chart says. You see, if we were in a bearish triangle, if AMC was in a bearish setup, I would tell you we look fucking bearish, okay? But it's not. It is a falling, broadening wedge. That is a bullish reversal pattern. I don't know what else to say. All right? Listen to what I'm saying. This is a bullish reversal pattern that is spanned for 15 fucking months. It's going to go up. I don't know what to tell you right now. Take a fucking breather. Jesus.
Get some of that wind noise out of there.
Listen, all right, listen. I understand. I'm the AMC guy. I know it. I get it. People don't want me to do anything else. I fucking get it. I get it. I'm the AMC guy. I get it. Okay? But I can't do anything about the fucking stock price. I can't do anything about it. All that I can tell you is what it looks like. It's in a falling broadening wedge. It has an inverse head and shoulders. I can't fucking say anything else.
All right, guys, we're getting towards the end here. Have a good one. Don't, I don't know. I say next week is this major scam week in the market, so be careful.
Listen, I sit on these streams for 7 hours a fucking day.
Demonetized.
Listening to whatever music I want to listen to, having a fucking blast, teaching people shit for free. What
so we'll.
Want from me? Get off my dick.
There it is. Maybe that should be on the soundboard.
Fucking what from me? Get off my dick!
Yeah, it is.
Whatever music I want to listen to, having a fucking blast, teaching people shit for free. What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
And there's Trey towards the end. It's the classic type of story. Have you guys seen this? Man, unhinged, total meltdown. Dude ain't right. Dude ain't right. Okay. Tell you what. I just have to check to see if there's anything new because they pop up in here. Oh, well, now you're bailing out the banks. AMC short squeeze can't be stopped. Wells Fargo needs $9.5 billion. They shorted AMC stock. AMC price prediction from the creative idiot. Oh man. I swear to God. Here's an CUSIP change. DTC forcing shorts to cover. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, because that's what the DTC does. They force shorts to cover. Yeah. Didn't you know that? Oh, I always do that. What a joke. What a fucking joke. Oh my God. These idiots. All right. What I'm going to do, though, I do want to look and see. Is there a, what you call it right now, Twitter Space? Sometimes there are Twitter Spaces, and they're great fun. Let's see. Damn it. There was a Peter Hahn. Peter Hahn was on one. Looks like no active AMC Twitter Spaces right now. Don't see any. Now that I know how to find them. Which is filter. That's not helpful. Filter : spaces, and then your search term. But I don't see anything currently active. I know there's no GME ones. Because who would? Why? Who would? Why? There's probably an MMTLP one. There's none for Bed Bath & Beyond. I just want some bag holder radio. Oh my God. Yep. This is fantastic. You're going to love this.
I can end the space if you guys want to go there.
If you're going to end the space, I'm most definitely going to open a new one.
Well, we're good. We're still talking. Let's if we have some things to talk about, I'll keep it open. If not, if we stop talking, then I'll end the space. It's not a big deal to me. I don't have an ego. I don't need to host a space. I'm hosting it for the benefit of the community.
Here, I got you.
Yeah, I said earlier, I opened this reluctantly. I didn't really want to host a space today.
I'm very glad that you did open
this. Is hilarious.
Well, Andrew, yeah, in retrospect now, yeah. I mean, from the speakers we had today, absolutely, I'm glad I did. Yes. I mean,
and that's why I'm saying, Paul, you gotta keep doing it, man.
MMTLP. Let's talk about what transpired this week.
Can say without question is not divisive. We all get into our spats. And that's okay. That happens, but you are not divisive. So please don't stop. Don't stop opening your space.
Sold his ape is all in on AMC.
Open,
Jesus.
Out of respect and deference for you, I'll close my own space, which I did, and I'll say, let's all join in with Paul because you're one of those guys.
Yeah, I did the schedule. I scheduled this one more than 48 hours in advance. So everyone was well aware of this one from Friday. I scheduled.
Oh, boy.
Friday. So this way everyone would know about it way in advance. So this way I wasn't overstepping anybody's toes. Because I've gotten
look at all these people
accused of that.
All these listeners in here.
I was overstepping somebody's toes trying to compete with them. I'm like, I'm not looking to compete with anybody.
Oh my God!
Listen, it's okay, and we're all
plus 8 other listeners,
and it's there should be no egos involved, just for the benefit of the community. That's why I closed my space and was like, no, hell no, let's all go into Paul's and look at what happened. Beautiful things happened.
Well, Andrew, I'm glad you were here
Lynn,
when Bill was here, because
welcome back.
I would not have asked nearly as many questions as you did to Bill, because you're good at that stuff, at interviewing and questions. You're very good at that. You're
Tony, but I don't think that's
okay. So here's the deal.
Denoro.
Here's the deal. I got a lot of DMs after last night. He was in a space with someone, and in that space some questions were brought up as to some of the things that he said from a perspective of where he would sell at as a trader, not as an oil and gas
expert,
but as a trader, and that caused some concerns for some people. So I wanted to make sure that I did.
Bag holders arguing over price targets.
And he was very forthcoming and said, by no means is he an expert in trading. He's an oil and gas man that had some, that took some losses on his
Tony's YouTube
and wanted to try and, replenish his retirement accounts and the rest of his portfolio.
released a special Q&A addressing MMTLP.
Is he an expert trader? So I wanted to address that while at the same time asking him, questions about his field of expertise in the oil and gas space. So I think we were able to have a very effective and informative conversation, and I hope that it laid to rest any concerns that anybody may have had with anything they may have heard last night. He was very forthcoming. He's a very kind gentleman to come and spend that much time with us and offer his oil and gas expertise. And I thought it was great. And you know what, Paul? I got to say thank you for kind of letting me steer that conversation.
I got it, Model 3 dude. I think this is what he's talking about.
Me that it's your space.
Again, you did far better than I ever could when it came to that, because you're good at asking questions. I'm not one to probe. I don't do that. Like you're good at that. So of course I want you to take charge of that. I mean, you did brilliantly. You were great. So, and I'm glad you did it.
Oh boy.
Speaking of questions, what kind of suits do you buy? I look at that suit and I'm wondering what are we dealing with over here?
It's 100% wool. That's all I'm gonna say.
Where are you?
I buy polyester.
Can I get the thread count?
That suit?
Oh, I don't know that.
What is this?
All right.
Look at that logo.
All right. You want?
Oh my God.
He's got his hand up.
Yes, please.
They're talking about this guy, his suit.
Hey guys.
Look at his logo.
Good. How are you?
Making markets transparent, legitimate, and principled. Paul T. or MMTLP.
Mr. Edward.
What? Who the fuck are these people?
And I think this is amazing.
Oh my God.
I'm not a big trader. I'm actually in a different profession. And
JT,
I actually
Canada.
got into this play through a friend.
Look at this. Where do I make one? Where do I make one?
Mr. Drew and Tony, obviously, and Paul as well. You guys know a lot.
Oh my God.
Than I do. But this is amazing play, and I kind of just had a feeling of this play. I'm like, this is something that I really need to get into, and
oh my God. No, it wasn't. And it became your worst nightmare.
And I had that feeling as well, but I still went for it. I still bought in. So I think this is amazing. You guys are doing a great job. And just kind of talking about spoofing. So I'm in a different play. I'm in NWBO, and I'm sure you guys have heard of it. And so Cohen Milstein is and I think
I'm not covering MMTLP
about earlier with 100
right now. So don't worry. I'll be up all night.
The lawyer that's taking it up against the hedge funds or market makers, what do you want to call them? And I think they're a Citadel.
Oh yeah, whatever you want to call it, hedge funds or market makers. You don't even fucking know what you're doing. You have no fucking clue.
And I don't think they have anywhere to run to now. So I think we're in a good position there. But I guess one of my questions was, could these guys turn around now and say, hey, look, there's not really any funds available for you guys, and just kind of write it off?
No, the answer is no. The answer is no, because the DTC is responsible for balancing the books.
Okay.
Yeah, there's multiple levels of insurance. At the broker level, the broker's got SIPC insurance. After SIPC, you got
Tony talking now.
I believe Fidelity is good for a few $1 billion, something like that. After that, you got the DTC, which has essentially a $1 trillion insurance.
You guys are.
And then above that, you got the Federal Reserve and all that. So the answer is no.
And then after that, you have the Treasury and FATCA laws that can drain from any account in the world for if there's collateral there. So
exactly.
And they'll find it.
So you're fucked, basically. Got it.
TD Canada.
Wow.
Broker. I'm not sure what Gandalf. I don't believe Curtis is with TD, but yeah, they give me some weird answers. I mean, I'm sure you guys probably heard of all of it already. They told me to delist my shares. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I'm like, I'm not going to just throw my money away because you're telling me to. The guy was very aggressive.
Who told you this?
TD.
They actually told you to do that?
Yeah.
Do not do that. Not financial advice, but I don't recommend that. No one recommends that.
Don't do that, period.
No, I would never do that, but that really pissed me off. Like I said, I've been listening in since December 9th, and I've kind of been just listening in the background. I like to have all my information before I speak. And you guys got most of it already covered, so there's not much for me to talk on at this point. I got just kind of wait it out. But I think Mr. Drew over there has got a aggressive personality. He can kind of take people offline pretty quickly, so that's kind of cool to see that. And I kind of have some great leaders like Tony with his research and 100. Good to have great leaders in the community. So I think we're doing an awesome job here. And like I said, I'm not a big trader, and I got into this play because I thought it was something special, and I think it is.
Imagine
that.
We're
going to come on top for sure.
Oh yeah, even if you don't sell, you're going to make a lot of money. Either way, you're going
God
to
willing.
make a lot of money.
God willing.
Hey,
What?
JT, that
Oh my God! That's it.
Is bigger than most people.
Oh Jesus! I want to see this real quick.
Hi. So I just had to make a video because I saw a tweet by George Palacaris who says the S1 is now effective. Woohoo! Awesome. Of course, we're talking about MMTLP. This means that there will be a countdown.
Even if you don't sell.
We're going to see what the S1 dates are probably on Monday. I did check the SEC website, and
4 months ago.
Not there yet. But I believe George, so I think we're going to see some really cool stuff happening on Monday.
Well, that was probably a stupid thing to do.
Monday. Good luck to everyone, and woohoo! That's all I got to say. Okay, goodbye.
He's very happy. Doesn't sound like they're still that happy. Jesus Christ. Okay. Opposite side of all these trades. Yeah, we were talking about an inverse ape father. Or was it inverse? I mean, it could be a general inverse ape. Inverse ape investor ETF, where, yeah, everything is opposite, but that would mean it's all short positions, basically, because these guys don't, that's all they do is buy and hold. They don't actually trade or go short on anything because that's bad because it makes companies go bankrupt. But inverse ape father would be a guaranteed winner. That's Manuel's one of his major indicators for getting out of plays, I think, or avoiding plays is if you're in something and ape father gets into it, take profits and get out. It's about to tank. And if ape father's in it and you get into it, well, you're on your own. But that's, yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, I think we've come to the end of the road here. I know I didn't finish this one, but he said there's nothing else to say on it. So what do you think about crypto nowadays? Oh, that's a good point. I don't know. Where are we at? So 18 and over says now we have a sell signal. Adults only. The adults only strategy says we have, yeah, we've moved. I mean, we had this sideways bullshit here. It could be doing that again, but let's, God. Well, let me zoom in and zoom out. So let me zoom on this and zoom out on crypto. I have no interest really. I like trading, so but as far as like being a believer in anything, no. That's just my opinion. But is it really that different from a stock? There's no company behind it, so there's no illusion of fundamentals, I guess. But I'm not really a fan of crypto. It's a technology. Here's what it is. It's a technology without an application. Right? Like, why do we care? Why do we care? It's like talking about Java, or talking about, you know, um, uh, you know, talking about blockchain is like talking about Java, talking about C++ or something. Who cares? At the end of the day, what the fuck did you do with it? Did you write an amazing application? Did you develop something that was useful that allows people to do things better, faster, easier, cheaper? So I like applications. I don't know what the point is for crypto. And yeah, good to trade. I'm not doubting that. But in terms of like, okay, AMC operates theaters, you know, GM makes cars, um, Tesla makes cars, gold is gold. Gap sells clothes. Crypto does what? I don't know. It's a technology without an application. Usually the great things, like they they market the solution. It's like Apple, Microsoft. Apple didn't hype. I mean that they did, but not really. And I'm talking about like Macintosh era Apple. It was all about the products, how great they were. It wasn't about what was under the hood. And this is all about what's under the hood. I mean, I don't know what it's great for. That's my thought on crypto. I mean, there are some that have valid use cases, but I would say they're still probably pretty niche. I mean, is there any reason for the general public to adopt these things? And I know I'm generalizing, but until then, and of course, I am too. Um, so by all indications, I should be way into crypto. Well, it's probably just because I missed these major moves, 2021, that I'm just like, I don't care. But and then I missed the moves in 2022 because I was trading other things. But yeah, I'm not really a fan. Business to business ones are more my liking. Yeah, and that's an area I don't know much about. So I'm thinking about it from the consumer standpoint. Um, so we would still be looking for this type of cross on the indices here. This is the futures now. Um, so I mean, really, you could view this right there. That could be that would be a weak entry because the whole moving average has turned down. Now, every time it turns down, this is on the 18-minute chart. Every time it turns down, it doesn't end up breaking into a downtrend. Even every time that it breaks below the EMA here, it doesn't go into a downtrend. So it's not a sure thing. But that's the first thing I'm looking for. The price crossing the 18 EMA is the next thing. And then final thing would be the whole crossing below the EMA. And then you could also say beyond that is price going below the whole EMA or the whole MA. So like here. But then you have to watch for your reversals. Anyway, I'm gonna develop that strategy more. But and so here looks like we're getting, well, anyway. QNT is interesting. Offers interoperability between blockchains for business solutions, has limited supply, there's use for blockchain transactions, but it's early tech, it's boom or bust. Okay, so there you go. Like, so what I'm saying is I want somebody to use that and create a solution that requires people to know nothing about that technology. You shouldn't have to be a crypto nerd in order to use it. In other words, uh, you know, business leaders could adopt it as a solution like they would adopt any other solution, like Cisco IP phones or whatever technology, problem solving technology they have. That's what I want to see. Because then now you're not selling the technology, you're selling a solution that utilizes that technology, but it doesn't really matter. It's whatever's under the hood. So that's kind of the way that I think about it. Now, whether it's right or wrong, I mean, you know, I don't wouldn't say it's wrong. I wouldn't say it's right either. It's just kind of, but not having that to me is, yeah, great. It's a good, I mean, it sounds cool. Um, Maybe it's marketing. I don't know. All right. I got to get out of here. It's almost 10 o'clock already. Good God. I'm desperately looking for another Lucky Hank. Oh, that's the wrong AMC. Shit. What's markets with May got out? And who's this? Is that CSI's? I don't know. Scroll up. She probably moved on from AMC. Green or red at open? Jeez, I don't know. I mean, God, it's still so early, even though it's getting late. But I tell you, I'm going to reiterate my idea, and we see the 10-year yield coming back up too. So initially, what I thought was, okay, the bank crisis caused the market. Well, who knows if what caused what, but bank crisis, market rally, Fed pause, all clear to rally. Bank crisis under control should, magic word, dangerous word, market go down. Fed does not pause. Fed continues tightening because most banks aren't stupid enough to have fucked this up the way that Silicon Valley Bank did. Now, having said that, will that play out? Probably not. So I'll say green at open, but that doesn't say anything about what happens after that. Lawsuit, meet Kevin. We looked at that yesterday. I think it's bullshit. I don't think it'll hold water. I think it's bullshit. Yeah. I'll try to clip out the segment that we did last night on it and put that up separately, but I don't see it. Now, having said that, do I think that those guys are scammers? Do I think that they should be in jail? Do I think that they should have their ill-gotten gains extracted from them with a turkey baster? Yes, I do. Do I think they broke the law and committed fraud? I don't. I don't think they're liable for it. I don't think it. Pretty ridiculous. And the lawsuit's filed in Florida too. So, no comment. I'm not saying anything beyond that. Well, the Fed, the market needs to listen to the Fed. I mean, people know not to fight the Fed. This is just nonsense. Tuesday sounds like a plan, but the market does not observe the Fed. The market does not think the Fed has credibility because they've screwed everything up. But you cannot dispute the numbers. 6% inflation is unsustainable. They have to deal with it. Market needs to go down. No two ways about it. Market does not like to go down. Wall Street does not like to make the stock market go down. But they make money on both sides of it. So, it really is ridiculous. This is not good. Anyway, but I mean, I can't disagree. I'm not a hater of the Fed, but it's just, it's a pattern of screw ups. And it's like the damned if they do, damned if they don't. We don't want inflation to stick around. We also don't want Wall Street to be, pouty that they can't make the market go up and up and up. Fuck Wall Street. That's what I say. Fuck them. But that'll never happen. So let us just see if we can figure out what they're doing, and jump on the train, make some money, and jump off the train. That's the name of the game. Fuck all that other shit. Changing the system, figuring out what's going to happen. We don't have time for that. And when I did have time for that, I realized that you couldn't do that. So it works out. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good night. See ya. See you Tuesday.